Discipline is the key to taking control of your life and achieving the results you want. Most people know what they should do, but following through consistently is where they struggle. This book is about breaking that cycle and learning how to force yourself to take action every single day. You will discover practical strategies that you can start using immediately to build habits, manage your time, and strengthen your willpower. Each chapter shows step-by-step methods to stay focused, overcome distractions, and push past procrastination. You will learn how small daily choices create real change, how to face discomfort without giving up, and how to make progress even when motivation is low. By the end, you will understand exactly how to turn intention into action, how to maintain consistent effort, and how to achieve your goals with real results. If you have ever felt stuck, overwhelmed, or frustrated with your lack of progress, this guide will give you the tools to take control, commit fully, and transform your life one disciplined action at a time. Chapter 1. Build daily routines that strengthen discipline. Building daily routines that strengthen discipline is the foundation of transforming your life. Discipline is not something you are born with. It is a skill, a muscle that grows stronger each day you exercise it. Every great achievement, every successful person you admire, has one thing in common: structured, intentional habits that keep them moving forward, even when they do not feel motivated. The difference between wishing for success and actually attaining it lies in daily routines and the consistent actions that form the backbone of a disciplined life. A routine may seem small or even insignificant at first, but over time it compounds into a powerful force that shapes your thoughts, actions, and results. The first step to building routines is understanding your current habits. Take a hard, honest look at your day from the moment you wake up to the moment you sleep. Notice where your time is going. Are there pockets of wasted energy? Moments when you drift aimlessly through tasks without focus? Recognizing these moments is crucial because awareness is the first step toward change. Without awareness, discipline becomes wishful thinking. Write down everything you do during the day. This is not to criticize yourself, but to gain clarity. Once you see the patterns, you can start deciding which actions serve you and which ones drain your energy or distract you from your goals. The second step is designing your day intentionally. Daily routines are not arbitrary. They are structured plans that guide your behavior toward desired outcomes. Begin with the morning. The first hours of your day are the most influential because they set the tone for everything that follows. Create a morning routine that energizes your body, focuses your mind, and prepares you to tackle the day. This could include physical activity, a few minutes of meditation or reflection, reading something inspiring, or writing down your top priorities. The key is consistency. The exact activities matter less than the act of showing up for yourself every single day. Each repetition builds discipline like repetitions in the gym, strengthen muscles. Next, structure your work periods with intention. Discipline thrives when you break the day into focused blocks of time dedicated to specific tasks. Avoid multitasking, as it fragments attention and diminishes productivity. Instead, commit to deep work sessions where you focus fully on one important task. Use tools like timers to keep your mind engaged and free from distractions. During these periods, resist the urge to check messages, emails, or social media. Your ability to concentrate is a skill that improves through practice. Just like lifting weights strengthens your body, resisting distractions strengthens your mental discipline. Equally important is embedding small acts of discipline into everyday choices. Discipline is not just about the big achievements, but the sum of small, deliberate actions taken consistently. Choosing to wake up early, to prepare your meals instead of eating out, to spend time learning something new, to follow through on commitments. These small actions compound into a lifestyle of self-mastery. Each choice is a vote for the person you want to become. When you consistently make disciplined choices, even in small matters, you train your mind to default towards self-control and intentionality. Evening routines are just as vital as morning routines. How you end your day affects your ability to wake up refreshed and motivated. Create a nightly routine that signals to your mind and body that the day is complete and prepares you for tomorrow. This could include reviewing accomplishments, planning tasks for the next day, limiting screen time, or reading something that inspires growth. A strong evening routine prevents chaos and stress from creeping into your life. It gives you a sense of control, which strengthens inner discipline over time. Consistency is the secret weapon of daily routines. It is not about being perfect, but about showing up even when it feels difficult. Discipline is built by doing what you need to do, even when you do not feel like doing it. The moments when you push through resistance are the moments that define you. When you stick to your routines despite fatigue, distractions, or doubt, you are forging resilience and self-mastery. This is how habits transform into unwavering discipline. Discipline is essentially the habit of persistence in action, and routines are the structures that guide that persistence. Start small and grow steadily. Trying to overhaul your life overnight is a recipe for failure. Instead, introduce one new routine at a time and commit to it until it becomes automatic. Once it is firmly established, add another. Each layer of structured habit builds on the last, creating a resilient framework for life. Small wins are powerful because they generate momentum and confidence. They prove to yourself that change is possible, that you have control over your actions, and that discipline is attainable. Tracking progress is essential. Keep a journal or log of your routines and achievements. Documenting actions creates accountability and provides a visual record of growth. It also allows you to identify patterns, recognize areas for improvement, and celebrate successes. Reflection is a critical component of discipline because it turns action into learning. It teaches you what works, what doesn't, and how to adjust your routines to align with your goals. Without reflection, routines become mechanical, losing their transformative power. Another key aspect of routines is planning for obstacles. Life is unpredictable, and there will be days when circumstances threaten to derail your discipline. Anticipate challenges and create contingency plans. If you know you are likely to feel tired in the afternoon, plan a brief movement break or a healthy snack to maintain energy. If distractions are common in your environment, remove them in advance. Routines are most effective when they are resilient and adaptable. The discipline to continue despite obstacles strengthens over time, but it requires foresight and planning. Routines also require clear boundaries. It is easy to let obligations or external demands bleed into your personal priorities. Protect your routines by setting boundaries with others and yourself. Communicate your commitments and stick to them. For example, if a morning workout is part of your routine, treat it as non-negotiable, even if other demands arise. Boundaries create a sense of control and prevent your discipline from being compromised by external pressures. They teach your mind and others that your time and focus are valuable. Integrate rewards and reinforcement into your routines. Discipline is challenging, and consistent effort can feel taxing. Reinforcing your behavior with small rewards can strengthen habits and make routines enjoyable. Rewards do not have to be extravagant. They can be as simple as taking a moment to appreciate progress, enjoying a cup of tea, or a brief walk outdoors. Positive reinforcement motivates the brain to repeat actions, making disciplined behaviors easier to sustain over time. Recognizing your efforts fosters self-respect and encourages continued commitment. Understand the psychological aspect of routine building. The human mind seeks comfort and avoids effort, which is why habits and routines are powerful tools. By embedding structure into your day, you reduce reliance on fluctuating motivation and create an environment where disciplined action becomes automatic. Routines minimize decision fatigue, conserve mental energy, and reduce the likelihood of procrastination. The more you make disciplined behavior habitual, the less effort it takes to maintain, and the more freedom you gain to focus on high-value activities. Another element is alignment with long-term goals. Routines should not be random or purely habitual. They must serve a purpose. Each action within your routine should move you closer to the person you want to become. Ask yourself daily whether your routines align with your values and objectives. If something in your schedule does not support growth, modify or remove it. Discipline is strengthened when routines are meaningful because purpose fuels persistence. When you know why you are doing something, adherence becomes easier and your commitment deepens. Incorporating accountability is also critical. Sharing your routines and goals with someone you trust creates external motivation. It could be a mentor, friend, or coach who checks in and provides encouragement or gentle correction. Accountability prevents shortcuts and reinforces consistency. Knowing that someone else is aware of your actions makes it more likely you will honor your routines. Combining internal motivation with external accountability creates a powerful support system for building unshakable discipline. Physical health and energy management cannot be overlooked. Discipline is difficult to sustain when your body is depleted. Include exercise, adequate sleep, and proper nutrition in your routines. These are not optional, they are foundational because a strong, healthy body supports a focused, resilient mind. Incorporate movement into your morning or midday routines. Prioritize sleep at night and fuel your body with foods that maintain energy and mental clarity. Physical wellness reinforces mental discipline, creating a cycle of sustained performance. It is also important to cultivate flexibility within discipline. Routines should guide you, not imprison you. Life will throw unexpected events your way, and adaptability ensures that discipline is maintained without rigidity. If you miss a scheduled activity or face disruption, resume your routine as soon as possible rather than abandoning it entirely. Discipline is the consistency of return, not perfection. The ability to adapt while maintaining core practices strengthens resilience and confidence in your self-management abilities. Mindfulness enhances the effectiveness of routines. Engaging fully in each task, rather than performing actions mechanically, deepens focus and satisfaction. When you practice mindfulness, you become aware of how your actions affect your energy, emotions, and results. This awareness allows for intentional adjustments, further reinforcing disciplined behavior. Mindful routines create a sense of mastery and control over your life, which in turn strengthens motivation and commitment. Over time, these routines compound into a lifestyle that naturally supports discipline. Habits that may have seemed difficult initially become effortless. Actions align with intentions, and the gap between who you are and who you aspire to be narrows. Discipline becomes a natural state, not a forced effort. The small daily victories accumulate, creating momentum and confidence that propel you toward larger accomplishments. The disciplined life is not born overnight. It is cultivated moment by moment through consistent, purposeful routines. Commitment to routine building requires patience and persistence. Progress is rarely linear, and setbacks are inevitable. Some days will feel effortless, while others will test your willpower. Discipline is maintained, not by eliminating struggle, but by showing up regardless. Each day that you adhere to your routines, despite resistance, reinforces your capacity for self-control. The cumulative effect of these actions is transformational, leading to a life of greater achievement, satisfaction, and self-respect. Begin today by examining your current day and identifying one habit to improve or introduce. Plan it, commit to it, and execute it with consistency. Start small, build gradually, and track your progress. Recognize the victories, learn from setbacks, and remain steadfast in your commitment. Understand that discipline is the result of repeated, intentional action, and that every routine you establish brings you closer to mastery over yourself. Through persistence, awareness, and purposeful action, daily routines evolve from simple schedules into the scaffolding of a disciplined, resilient, and empowered life. By building daily routines that strengthen discipline, you create a framework for personal growth and success. Each routine is a deliberate choice to invest in yourself, to take control of your time, energy, and actions. Discipline is not about punishment or restriction. It is about freedom, the freedom to live according to your values, to achieve your goals, and to become the person you were capable of being all along. The disciplined life is within reach when you commit to routines that reinforce it consistently. By showing up for yourself every day, by honoring your commitments, and by refining your habits intentionally, you transform your life into a journey of continuous improvement and meaningful accomplishment. Discipline is cultivated through daily routines, deliberate actions, and unwavering commitment. It is built not in grand gestures, but in the repetition of small, consistent behaviors that align with your goals and values. The routines you establish today shape your abilities tomorrow. Each time you follow through on a plan, each time you resist a temptation, each time you choose action over inertia, you strengthen your capacity for self-mastery. Over time, these routines develop into a life of order, focus, and achievement. They become the invisible architecture that supports success, resilience, and fulfillment. Daily routines are the building blocks of discipline, and discipline is the foundation upon which everything meaningful in life is constructed. Through conscious effort, reflection, and adaptation, routines evolve from simple schedules into powerful instruments of personal transformation. By committing to structure, consistency, and purposeful action, you train your mind and body to function optimally. Each morning, afternoon, and evening activity becomes an opportunity to reinforce self-control, deepen focus, and build resilience. Over weeks and months, these routines solidify into habits, and habits solidify into character. Your discipline becomes your identity, and your identity shapes the trajectory of your life. The disciplined individual is not driven solely by motivation, which is fleeting, but by structured, repeated action that produces tangible results and enduring growth. The journey toward building daily routines that strengthen discipline requires dedication, patience, and a clear vision of the person you want to become. It is not an easy path, but it is a rewarding one. Every day offers a chance to choose intentional action over inaction, focus over distraction, and growth over stagnation. Each routine you establish, each habit you reinforce, and each choice you make to prioritize discipline contributes to a life of purpose, achievement, and self-mastery. The disciplined life is a daily commitment to yourself, a consistent practice of showing up, and an unwavering investment in your own potential. Through this process, you learn not only to control your actions, but to shape your destiny. Daily routines are the cornerstone of this transformation, providing the structure, momentum, and clarity necessary to cultivate a life defined by discipline, resilience, and meaningful accomplishment. Discipline is forged one day at a time. Each day you follow your routines, you are reinforcing the path toward mastery. Daily routines are not merely tasks, They are deliberate choices to align your life with your goals, to prioritize growth, and to invest in the best version of yourself. Over time, these routines accumulate into a force that propels you forward regardless of obstacles, fatigue, or doubt. They create a life where success is predictable, personal growth is constant, and the person you aspire to be becomes inevitable. By building and committing to daily routines that strengthen discipline, you are not just managing time. You are shaping your life. You are cultivating the habits, focus, and resilience that form the foundation for everything meaningful you seek. Discipline is not a one-time effort. It is the natural outcome of consistent, intentional, and focused daily action, and daily routines are the vehicle that makes it possible. Discipline through routine is the most practical and reliable method to achieve personal growth and success. Every moment spent intentionally reinforces your ability to act consistently, resist impulses, and stay aligned with your values. The accumulation of these daily choices determines the quality of your life. You do not need luck, extraordinary talent, or perfect conditions. You need structure, awareness, and commitment. Daily routines create that structure, and discipline grows naturally when you follow them faithfully. The life you desire, the success you seek, and the personal growth you dream of are all achievable when you dedicate yourself to routines that reinforce your discipline. Through consistency, reflection, and purpose-driven action, your routines transform from simple habits into a life of resilience, focus, and achievement that becomes unstoppable. Your daily routines are your blueprint for the life you want. Every time you follow them, you reinforce the foundation of discipline. Every time you falter, you learn and adjust, strengthening your resolve. The disciplined life is not built in a single day, but through thousands of small, consistent actions that compound over time. By committing to structured, purposeful routines, you take control of your actions, shape your habits, and design a life that reflects your highest potential. This is how discipline is forced, strengthened, and sustained. This is how a life of consistent achievement, growth, and self-mastery is constructed. Chapter 2. Set clear goals and achieve them. Setting clear goals and achieving them is the cornerstone of disciplined action and personal growth. Goals provide direction, focus, and purpose. Without clearly defined goals, effort becomes scattered and progress stalls. Discipline without direction is like energy without form, powerful yet wasted. Clarity in what you want allows your mind to organize resources, prioritize actions, and make consistent progress toward meaningful outcomes. To set goals effectively, you must first understand what matters most in your life and what outcomes will bring genuine satisfaction, fulfillment, and growth. Goals are not merely wishes, they are commitments backed by deliberate plans and consistent effort. The first step in goal setting is specificity. Vague intentions like "I want to be successful" or "I want to be healthier" lack measurable benchmarks. Specific goals answer the questions what, how, and by when. For example, instead of saying "I want to exercise more," define the goal as "I will jog for 30 minutes every morning at 6 a.m. Specificity transforms abstract desire into actionable steps. Clear goals also create measurable checkpoints, allowing you to track progress and make adjustments as needed. The mind responds to clarity by generating solutions, focus, and determination. Once your goals are specific, break them down into manageable actions. Large goals can feel overwhelming, which often leads to procrastination or inaction. Dividing a goal into smaller, tangible steps makes the process less intimidating and ensures that progress is continuous. Each small step completed becomes a building block toward the larger objective. For instance, if your goal is to write a book, your first step could be to write 500 words daily. The next step might be outlining chapters, followed by drafting sections, then editing. By focusing on actionable components, your discipline is directed toward measurable progress, reinforcing consistency and building momentum. It is essential to write your goals down. Physically documenting your intentions strengthens commitment and clarifies priorities. The act of writing transforms ideas from abstract concepts into real, tangible targets. Maintaining a journal or digital tracker allows you to visualize your goals daily, reminding yourself of your purpose and aligning your actions with desired outcomes. Written goals serve as contracts with yourself. They create accountability, making it less likely that distractions or excuses will derail progress. Reviewing these written goals regularly ensures that your focus remains sharp and your discipline is consistently applied. Prioritization plays a critical role in achieving goals. Not all tasks carry equal weight. Identify the actions that directly contribute to achieving your objectives and focus on them first. Avoid the trap of busyness, where time is consumed by low-impact activities that give the illusion of progress. Discipline grows when effort is concentrated on high-value tasks. This requires honesty and courage to eliminate or delegate less critical actions. Consistent attention to priority actions ensures that your goals advance steadily, even when obstacles or competing demands arise. Establish deadlines for each goal. Time-bound objectives create urgency and structure. Without a clear timeline, there is little pressure to act, and procrastination can take root. Deadlines provide benchmarks for accountability and allow you to measure success incrementally. Discipline is strengthened when you push against time constraints while maintaining focus and quality. Scheduling checkpoints throughout the process ensures that momentum is maintained and prevents last-minute panic or rushed efforts. Time-conscious action transforms intention into tangible achievement. Visualization and mental rehearsal enhance goal achievement. Spending a few moments each day imagining the successful completion of your goals activates motivation and reinforces discipline. Visualizing the steps you will take, the challenges you may encounter, and the feelings of accomplishment strengthens confidence and prepares you for action. Mental rehearsal reduces anxiety and primes your mind for execution. When combined with written plans and consistent effort, visualization ensures that your actions are aligned with your objectives and supports resilience when difficulties arise. Accountability is a powerful amplifier of goal attainment. Sharing your goals with trusted friends, mentors, or coaches adds an external layer of responsibility. Knowing that others are aware of your objectives creates pressure to follow through. Accountability partners can provide guidance, feedback, and encouragement. They serve as a sounding board when you face challenges, helping you maintain perspective and commitment. Combining internal motivation with external accountability builds a stronger framework for disciplined action and increases the likelihood of sustained progress. Tracking and measuring progress is essential for maintaining momentum. Break larger goals into measurable milestones and monitor achievements regularly. Reflect on what strategies are working and where adjustments are necessary. Tracking progress provides a sense of accomplishment that reinforces discipline, while identifying obstacles early prevents stagnation. Measurement is not just about numbers. It is about understanding your performance, learning from experience, and continuously refining your approach. Discipline grows when you see that consistent effort produces tangible results. Discipline also requires persistence in the face of setbacks. Goals are rarely achieved without obstacles or difficulties. Challenges test resolve, creativity, and commitment. Approaching setbacks with a mindset of problem-solving rather than defeat is critical. When progress stalls or unexpected barriers appear, adapt your strategies without abandoning your objectives. The ability to persevere despite frustration or delay strengthens mental toughness and reinforces the habit of disciplined follow-through. Each obstacle overcome becomes proof that consistent action yields results, further solidifying your commitment. Focus is indispensable for achieving goals. Distraction and scattered attention weaken progress and dissipate energy. Create an environment conducive to concentration. Remove interruptions, allocate dedicated time for critical actions, and train your mind to resist impulses that divert attention. Single tasking, deliberate practice, and time blocking are methods that enhance focus. Discipline thrives in conditions where the mind is fully engaged with the task at hand. The more consistently you apply concentrated effort toward your goals, the faster and more efficiently they are achieved. Celebrate achievements along the way. Acknowledging progress fuels motivation and reinforces the behavior that leads to success. Rewards do not need to be extravagant. Even small acknowledgements of effort maintain morale and strengthen commitment. Celebrating accomplishments ensures that the journey toward your goal is sustainable and enjoyable. It also reinforces a positive mindset that associates disciplined action with tangible benefits, further embedding the habit of consistent follow-through. Flexibility and adaptation are equally important. While goals provide direction, the path to achievement is rarely linear. Circumstances change and unforeseen challenges arise. Discipline does not mean rigidity. It means persistence in purpose, while adjusting methods as necessary. Reassess goals periodically, modify strategies when required, and remain committed to the outcome. Flexibility ensures that progress continues even when plans must evolve. Achieving goals requires balancing structure with adaptability, maintaining momentum without being derailed by unexpected conditions. Eliminating excuses is essential. Discipline demands that action precedes comfort or desire. Avoid rationalizing inaction with reasons that diminish responsibility. Every successful goal achiever understands that excuses hinder progress. By committing fully, taking responsibility for actions, and holding yourself accountable, you cultivate the habit of proactive execution. Excuses erode confidence and delay growth. Removing them from your mindset creates a foundation for consistent achievement. Action is the defining factor in goal attainment. Goals without action remain dreams. Discipline is expressed through consistent, deliberate effort. Each day, take concrete steps, no matter how small, toward your objectives. Consistency compounds over time, turning seemingly modest actions into substantial outcomes. The process of repeated, focused effort transforms intent into results. Action fueled by clarity, focus, and persistence is the engine of disciplined goal achievement. Learning and adjustment are ongoing components of success. Evaluate the outcomes of your actions, learn from mistakes, and refine your approach. Discipline is strengthened through reflective practice. Each assessment provides insight that allows better planning, improved decision-making, and greater efficiency. Goal achievement is iterative. Small improvements accumulate, creating a trajectory of consistent advancement. Growth occurs not just by reaching goals, but by continuously improving the methods by which they are pursued. Goals also gain power when aligned with personal values. Actions that resonate with core beliefs are easier to sustain and inherently motivating. Discipline is more accessible when the purpose behind your goals is meaningful. Alignment ensures that effort is not arbitrary, but directed toward outcomes that matter deeply. When goals reflect authentic priorities, commitment is unwavering, and daily actions feel purposeful rather than burdensome. The integration of discipline into goal achievement transforms potential into reality. The disciplined person does not wait for inspiration or ideal conditions. They act consistently, strategically, and intentionally. Every step, from planning to execution, reinforces habits, strengthens focus, and builds resilience. Goals become attainable because effort is organized, purposeful, and sustained over time. Discipline converts desire into action, action into progress, and progress into results. Achieving goals requires a combination of clarity, planning, focus, accountability, action, and reflection. Each element reinforces the others, creating a system that supports continuous improvement. Discipline is cultivated by engaging fully with this system, committing to it consistently, and adapting as needed. The individual who sets clear goals and works tirelessly toward them gains not only tangible accomplishments, but also a deep sense of control, competence, and self-respect. Ultimately, clear goals guide your life like a compass. They give direction, structure, and measurable targets. Discipline is the vehicle that transports you toward these goals, and consistent action ensures arrival. By defining what you want, breaking it into manageable steps, taking deliberate action, and remaining resilient, you cultivate a life of purpose, growth, and achievement. Success is not accidental. It is the result of clear intention combined with disciplined, persistent effort. Achieving goals becomes inevitable when clarity, planning, and daily action form the foundation of your life. Chapter 3. Prioritize tasks and focus fully. Prioritizing tasks and focusing fully is the single most effective way to make meaningful progress in any area of life. Productivity is not about doing more, it is about doing what matters most with intensity and attention. Many people spend their days busy yet achieve little because their energy is spread across too many low-value activities. Discipline becomes powerful when it is paired with clear priorities and concentrated effort. Understanding which actions contribute the most to your goals allows you to channel your energy efficiently and see real results. Focusing fully on important tasks transforms effort into accomplishment, creating momentum that propels you forward consistently. The first step is identifying what truly matters. Not all tasks are created equal. Some actions have a significant impact on your objectives, while others are distractions disguised as necessary work. Evaluate every responsibility and decision based on its contribution to your desired outcomes. Ask yourself which tasks will produce the greatest results, and which are mere busy work. The ability to discern between high-impact and low-impact actions is essential. Prioritization is not about doing everything. It is about choosing what deserves your focus and giving it undivided attention. Once you have identified your priorities, allocate time exclusively to them. Scheduling high-value activities during periods of peak energy maximizes effectiveness. Energy management is as important as time management. Tackle critical tasks when your focus is sharpest, whether that is in the morning, midday, or late evening. Avoid spreading attention thin across too many simultaneous tasks. Single tasking allows the mind to operate at full capacity, completing work more efficiently and to a higher standard. Concentrated effort produces results far faster than scattered multitasking. Breaking tasks into actionable steps enhances focus. Large responsibilities can feel overwhelming, leading to procrastination or avoidance. Divide complex projects into smaller, manageable actions that can be completed sequentially. Each step accomplished reinforces confidence and provides a sense of progress. Clear, tangible actions prevent the mind from wandering and strengthen commitment to completion. Focusing on one task at a time becomes easier when each task is structured into achievable components. Eliminating distractions is critical. In today's world, interruptions are constant and often invisible. Notifications, social media, unnecessary meetings, and trivial conversations consume time and fragment attention. To focus fully, Create an environment where distractions are minimized. Silence notifications, close irrelevant tabs, and establish boundaries with others regarding your dedicated work periods. Your ability to maintain concentration is a skill that improves with practice, but it requires deliberate protection from external interference. Time blocking is a powerful method to enforce prioritization. By assigning specific periods to specific tasks, you prevent tasks from bleeding into one another and ensure that important actions receive attention. Schedule dedicated blocks for focused work and treat them as non-negotiable. Time blocking also creates a visual representation of your priorities, reinforcing commitment and accountability. Consistency in time allocation strengthens the habit of disciplined focus and trains your mind to operate within structured intervals. Decision-making should support focus and prioritization. Many people lose time by indecision or by giving equal attention to trivial matters. Commit to decisive action on high-priority tasks, limiting the energy spent on minor choices. Clear, confident decisions reduce mental clutter and maintain momentum. Avoid over-analyzing minor details that do not significantly affect outcomes. Energy saved from these decisions is redirected to impactful work, enhancing both efficiency and effectiveness. Routine review of tasks reinforces priority awareness. At the start of each day or week, review your objectives and determine which actions demand the most attention. Adjust priorities based on changing circumstances and immediate needs. Regular reflection ensures that energy is invested in activities aligned with your goals rather than reactive or habitual tasks. Discipline is strengthened when focus is continually realigned with purpose, preventing drift or wasted effort. The mind requires deliberate training to focus fully. Mental discipline grows through repeated practice of sustained attention. Start by committing to focused work for short intervals and gradually increase duration. Avoid shifting attention before a task is complete. Each uninterrupted session builds cognitive stamina and reinforces the habit of concentrated effort. Focusing fully is not an innate ability, but a skill developed through consistent, intentional practice over time. Accountability can enhance prioritization. Sharing your key tasks and deadlines with someone you trust adds external reinforcement to your internal commitment. Knowing that someone else is aware of your priorities motivates follow-through. Accountability partners provide feedback, encouragement, and a measure of pressure that keeps you honest about where your attention is allocated. This external structure supports internal discipline, making it easier to sustain focus and complete high-priority work. Energy management complements prioritization. Even with clear priorities, depleted energy diminishes focus. Attend to physical well-being through proper sleep, nutrition, and movement. A well-rested, nourished body supports a clear, attentive mind capable of sustained concentration. Schedule challenging tasks when your mental and physical energy is at its peak. Discipline is enhanced when energy levels are optimized, allowing priorities to receive the attention they deserve. Interruptions are inevitable, but response matters. Avoid letting minor distractions dictate your workflow. Train yourself to acknowledge interruptions without immediately reacting. Decide consciously whether an issue demands attention now or later. Protect your high-value work periods by postponing or delegating non-essential interruptions. Learning to manage external demands strengthens focus and reinforces the habit of prioritizing what truly matters. Visualization reinforces task prioritization. Mentally rehearsing the completion of important actions primes your mind to execute with precision. Imagine the steps, anticipate challenges, and envision the successful outcome. This mental preparation increases efficiency, reduces errors, and strengthens commitment. Visual focus aligns your intentions with actions, making each effort deliberate and directed toward meaningful results. Breaks are a strategic tool to maintain focus. Continuous work without pause leads to mental fatigue and diminished effectiveness. Schedule brief, deliberate breaks between periods of intense focus. These intervals restore energy, enhance cognitive function, and prevent burnout. Disciplined focus is not about relentless effort, but about balancing concentration with recovery. Using breaks intentionally ensures that each session of work remains productive and fully engaged. Progress tracking reinforces both focus and priority. Maintain a record of completed tasks, milestones reached, and time spent on high-value activities. Documentation creates clarity and accountability while allowing for performance analysis. Understanding where energy and attention are most effectively applied enables refinement of priorities and methods. Discipline is amplified when measurable evidence shows consistent advancement towards significant outcomes. Learn to say no strategically. Protecting your priorities requires turning down requests, activities, or habits that do not contribute meaningfully to goals. Saying no is not rejection, but a commitment to what is most important. Each refusal strengthens focus, preserves energy, and maintains alignment with objectives. The ability to decline distractions and low-value tasks is an essential aspect of disciplined prioritization. Developing routines for focus enhances long-term productivity. Establish patterns for starting, continuing, and finishing important work. Predictable habits reduce decision fatigue and conserve mental energy for execution rather than deliberation. A structured approach ensures that high-priority tasks consistently receive attention. Over time, routines become automatic, embedding discipline into the natural rhythm of daily life. Reflection is a critical component of prioritization. At the end of each day, assess which tasks were completed effectively and which were neglected. Analyze why attention was diverted and identify ways to improve focus. Continuous assessment strengthens awareness, accountability, and skill in allocating attention to meaningful work. Discipline is deepened when reflection informs future prioritization and action. The ability to concentrate fully on high-priority tasks distinguishes productive individuals from the distracted majority. Focused effort amplifies results, while scattered attention diminishes impact. By intentionally selecting what deserves attention, protecting energy, and applying mental discipline, each action contributes directly to meaningful outcomes. Prioritization transforms work into progress and potential into achievement. Mastering task prioritization and full focus requires patience, persistence, and continuous refinement. It is not a one-time skill, but a daily practice of awareness, decision-making, and disciplined action. Each day spent attending to what matters most strengthens your ability to concentrate and produce results efficiently. Over time, this practice compounds, producing momentum, confidence, and measurable success in all areas of life. By intentionally prioritizing tasks and focusing fully, you convert effort into tangible progress. Every choice about where to direct attention shapes outcomes, strengthens discipline, and reinforces self-mastery. High-priority work completed with concentration produces exponential impact, accelerates achievement, and cultivates a mindset of purpose and control. Prioritization and focus are not optional strategies. They are fundamental practices for anyone committed to personal growth, meaningful accomplishment, and a life defined by deliberate action, relentless discipline, and measurable success. Chapter 4. Eliminate distractions and stay productive. Eliminating distractions and staying productive is a critical skill for achieving meaningful results in any area of life. Distractions are more than interruptions. They are the silent thieves of time, energy, and focus. Even small, repeated diversions accumulate, reducing output and diminishing the quality of work. True productivity is not about doing more tasks. It is about completing the most important tasks efficiently and effectively. Maintaining focus in a world filled with constant notifications, competing demands, and endless stimuli requires deliberate strategies, awareness, and self-discipline. Productivity thrives when attention is controlled, priorities are clear, and every action is purposeful. The first step in eliminating distractions is identifying them. Every individual has unique distractions, whether digital, environmental, or internal. Digital interruptions include notifications from phones, emails, and social media. Environmental distractions might be noise, clutter, or interruptions from others. Internal distractions come from wandering thoughts, fatigue, or lack of motivation. Understanding exactly what pulls your attention away allows you to address each source systematically. Awareness of these interruptions is essential because you cannot eliminate what you do not recognize. Once distractions are identified, creating a controlled environment is essential. Physical and digital spaces should support focus rather than fragment it. Organize your workspace to minimize clutter and visual noise. Silence notifications, close irrelevant applications, and remove unnecessary devices from your immediate area. A clean, orderly environment reduces mental friction, allowing your attention to flow uninterrupted. Environmental control signals your brain that the time is dedicated to important work, strengthening the habit of sustained focus. Time management techniques enhance productivity by structuring focus periods. Break your work into dedicated blocks of time, where all attention is directed toward a single task. Avoid multitasking, which fragments cognitive resources and decreases efficiency. Use methods such as the Pomodoro technique or schedule deep work sessions to create predictable periods of concentration. These intervals train the mind to remain attentive and prevent fatigue caused by scattered effort. Consistent time blocking reinforces discipline and ensures high-priority tasks are consistently addressed. Internal discipline plays a central role in maintaining productivity. Even with an optimized environment, the mind will seek diversion if it is not trained. Practicing sustained attention builds mental resilience and strengthens focus over time. Begin with short sessions of concentrated work, gradually increasing duration. During these sessions, resist the urge to check messages, browse unnecessary content, or switch tasks. Each successful interval reinforces cognitive control, making future focus easier and more reliable. Managing digital distractions is increasingly important in modern life. Smartphones, social media, and endless online content are designed to capture attention and fragment time. Implement strict boundaries for technology use during work periods. Disable notifications, use website blockers, and schedule specific times for email or social media rather than responding impulsively. This intentional approach reduces cognitive load and ensures that energy is directed toward meaningful actions. Technology should be a tool for productivity, not a source of constant diversion. Developing clear goals for each work session enhances focus. When tasks are defined, the mind has a destination and is less likely to wander. Write down specific objectives before starting a session, whether completing a project segment, drafting a report, or learning a new skill. Clear goals act as anchors, providing direction and motivation. Each completed goal reinforces the value of concentrated effort, creating a positive feedback loop that strengthens productivity habits. Managing interruptions from others requires assertiveness and planning. Communicate boundaries to colleagues, family members, or roommates, specifying times when focus is non-negotiable. Use signals such as closed doors, headphones, or status indicators to indicate unavailability. Anticipating interruptions and setting clear expectations reduces unplanned distractions and preserves mental energy for high-priority work. Discipline grows when you consistently enforce these boundaries without compromise. Energy management supports sustained attention. Fatigue, hunger, and stress weaken focus and increase susceptibility to distractions. Prioritize sleep, nutrition, and physical activity to maintain cognitive performance. Schedule challenging or high-priority work during periods of peak energy and lighter tasks during lower energy windows. Understanding the connection between physical condition and mental capacity allows for more effective and reliable productivity. Discipline is easier to maintain when the body is prepared to support the demands of focus. Batching similar tasks improves efficiency and reduces cognitive switching. Group tasks of a similar type and complete them consecutively rather than interleaving unrelated activities. This minimizes mental friction and conserves attention. For example, respond to emails during one designated time block rather than sporadically throughout the day. Batching allows deeper focus on meaningful work while ensuring necessary administrative tasks are completed without eroding productive energy. Strategic planning prevents reactive behavior that diminishes productivity. Many distractions arise from unplanned, urgent tasks or unstructured routines. Plan the day or week in advance, allocating time for critical projects, administrative work and personal obligations. Having a clear roadmap reduces the likelihood of being pulled into low-value tasks and enables proactive attention management. Structured planning transforms reactive work habits into intentional, high-impact action. Reflection and review reinforce the ability to maintain focus. At the end of each day, analyze where attention was lost, identify causes of distraction, and implement adjustments. Understanding patterns of distraction and their triggers allows for targeted improvement. Continuous reflection strengthens self-awareness and enables the refinement of strategies to sustain productivity. Discipline is deepened through this cycle of action, assessment, and adjustment, ensuring long-term effectiveness. Adopting mindfulness techniques enhances the capacity to resist distractions. Training attention through brief moments of focus, meditation, or deliberate breathing improves concentration and awareness. Mindfulness reduces the impact of intrusive thoughts and emotional disturbances, allowing the mind to remain centered on the task at hand. Consistent practice of mindful attention builds resilience against internal distractions, creating a stable mental environment for productive work. Eliminating multitasking is essential for deep productivity. Switching between tasks fragments attention and increases cognitive fatigue. Commit to single-task focus, completing one objective fully before moving to the next. Concentrated effort produces higher quality work, reduces errors, and accelerates progress. Discipline grows when the mind is trained to resist temptation and maintain commitment to a single activity until completion. Incorporating strategic breaks maintains mental clarity. Continuous work without pause leads to fatigue and diminished attention. Brief intervals restore focus, allowing higher quality output during active sessions. Breaks should be deliberate and timed, not opportunities for low-value distractions. Using rest periods intentionally reinforces overall productivity while preserving cognitive energy. Prioritizing high-value tasks protects time from low-impact activities. Identify tasks with significant impact on your objectives and allocate attention to them first. Low-value or trivial actions can be postponed, delegated, or eliminated. Focusing on meaningful work ensures that energy is invested where it produces the greatest returns, creating momentum and reinforcing the habit of deliberate action. Building an environment that supports focus involves more than reducing interruptions. It requires promoting conditions that encourage sustained attention. Natural light, comfortable seating, minimal noise, and organized materials all contribute to a workspace conducive to concentration. Physical comfort and order allow cognitive resources to be devoted entirely to productive effort rather than managing minor distractions. Discipline is strengthened by routine enforcement of focus strategies. Daily commitment to distraction management, structured work periods, and intentional rest builds a reliable pattern of productivity. Habits formed through consistent application of these principles become automatic, reducing reliance on willpower alone. Over time, the ability to maintain attention becomes a default behavior, allowing high-priority tasks to be completed efficiently. Accountability enhances sustained focus. Sharing productivity goals with a mentor, colleague, or partner creates external reinforcement for internal discipline. Regular check-ins provide feedback, motivation, and support, ensuring that attention remains directed toward important objectives. Combining internal self-control with external accountability creates a robust system for eliminating distractions and maximizing output. Self-monitoring and performance tracking reinforce effectiveness. Record completed tasks, time spent, and interruptions encountered. This data informs adjustments, identifies patterns, and highlights opportunities for improvement. Awareness of productivity metrics strengthens discipline and allows conscious refinement of strategies to minimize distraction. Over time, this process cultivates a habit of deliberate, results-oriented focus. Consistency in eliminating distractions produces cumulative benefits. Each day spent focused builds momentum and reinforces the neural pathways associated with attention. Distractions lose their grip, and productivity becomes habitual. Persistent application of these strategies compounds over time, transforming scattered effort into measurable progress and long-term success. Eliminating distractions and maintaining productivity is not a one-time effort, but a continuous practice. It requires awareness, structure, energy management, and intentional focus. Each element reinforces the others, creating an environment where disciplined action becomes natural. As distractions are removed and attention is concentrated, efficiency improves, goals are achieved faster, and personal satisfaction grows. Mastery of focus is a lifelong skill that amplifies every other aspect of self-improvement, ensuring that effort is consistently aligned with meaningful results. Chapter 5. Follow strict schedules without excuses. Following strict schedules without excuses is a decisive way to build discipline and achieve meaningful results in life. Schedules are more than tools for time management. They are frameworks that transform intention into action. Consistently adhering to a well-planned schedule ensures that priorities are addressed, momentum is maintained, and progress becomes predictable. The ability to execute a daily plan without deviation requires self-respect, accountability, and clarity about what matters most. Excuses are the enemy of progress because they shift responsibility outward and delay results. By committing to strict schedules, you cultivate control over your time, energy, and focus, turning structured effort into tangible outcomes. The first step in following a schedule is to design it intentionally. Identify all critical tasks, obligations, and personal growth activities that must be included. A schedule should reflect priorities, energy patterns, and realistic expectations. Overloading the plan reduces adherence, while underestimating tasks diminishes efficiency. Allocate time blocks for work, rest, learning, and personal development, ensuring that every significant area of your life receives attention. Each task should have a clear start and end time, minimizing ambiguity and preventing procrastination. Consistency is fundamental. A schedule only produces results when executed daily, even when motivation is low or circumstances are inconvenient. Discipline is developed through repetition, not sporadic effort. Sticking to planned activities regardless of mood strengthens self-control and trains the mind to operate based on commitment rather than desire. The predictability of routine reduces decision fatigue and ensures that important actions are completed without reliance on fluctuating motivation. Accountability enhances adherence. Sharing your schedule or daily commitments with a mentor, colleague, or supportive partner adds external reinforcement to internal discipline. Knowing that someone else is aware of your plans motivates follow-through. Accountability provides feedback, encourages adjustments, and reinforces the seriousness of your commitment. When actions are observed and measurable, excuses lose their power, and consistent execution becomes the standard. Preparation supports strict adherence. Before each day begins, review the schedule, confirm priorities, and gather resources necessary for tasks. Anticipate potential obstacles and plan solutions in advance. Preparedness reduces the likelihood of delay or distraction, allowing the day to unfold according to intention. A well-prepared schedule increases confidence and minimizes the stress associated with unplanned challenges. Time blocking strengthens focus and efficiency. Allocate specific periods for individual tasks, ensuring uninterrupted attention. During these blocks, commit fully to the designated activity and resist the temptation to switch tasks or check unrelated notifications. Focused effort within structured periods produces higher quality results and shorter completion times. Discipline is reinforced when attention is directed consistently and deliberately toward planned objectives. Excuses often arise from resistance, discomfort, or competing demands. Overcoming them requires self-awareness and proactive decision-making. Recognize when rationalizations appear and consciously reject them. Remind yourself of the purpose behind your schedule and the consequences of failing to follow it. Each time you act despite the urge to justify delay, the habit of discipline is strengthened. Excuse-free execution creates momentum that carries forward into every area of life. Energy management enhances schedule adherence. Assign demanding tasks to periods of peak energy and less challenging work to lower energy periods. Fatigue, hunger, and stress reduce focus and increase susceptibility to rationalizing inaction. Maintaining physical and mental well-being ensures that you can honor commitments consistently. Discipline is easier to sustain when energy aligns with task demands, reducing friction and increasing effectiveness. Flexibility within structure is strategic, not indulgent. While strict schedules are critical, life is unpredictable. Incorporate buffer periods for minor disruptions, but avoid letting exceptions become habits that undermine consistency. Adjustments should preserve the integrity of the schedule rather than serve as justifications for inaction. Strategic flexibility maintains momentum without compromising commitment to the plan. Review and reflection strengthen discipline. At the end of each day, assess which tasks were completed, which were delayed, and why. Analyze patterns of excuse-making, resistance, or avoidance, and identify corrective actions for the future. Reflection reinforces accountability, provides insight into personal habits, and ensures that adherence improves continuously. Discipline is built not only through action, but through understanding and refining the processes that support it. Prioritization within a schedule maximizes productivity. Not all tasks are equally important, and time is finite. Place high-impact activities at the beginning of the day when focus and energy are strongest. Address urgent or critical responsibilities first, while leaving less significant tasks for later periods. This ensures that the most meaningful work is consistently completed and that progress toward larger objectives is never stalled by lower-value distractions. Visualization supports execution. Mentally reviewing the schedule, imagining successful completion of tasks, and anticipating challenges strengthens readiness and motivation. Visualization primes the mind to act decisively and reduces the influence of hesitation or resistance. A prepared mental state enhances the likelihood of executing the schedule fully and efficiently. Self-discipline grows through cumulative action. Following a schedule consistently reinforces a mindset of reliability and personal accountability. Each day executed without excuses compounds into stronger habits, improved efficiency, and greater self-respect. Repeated adherence develops confidence in your ability to manage time, energy, and focus effectively, reducing reliance on motivation and increasing resilience against distractions or setbacks. Environment shapes adherence. Create surroundings that support scheduled activities and minimize the chance of deviation. Remove temptations, organize tools and resources, and establish cues that signal focus time. A conducive environment reduces friction, allowing the mind to concentrate fully on tasks and strengthening the automatic nature of disciplined execution. Breaks are essential but must be intentional. Scheduled rest periods restore energy and mental clarity, preventing fatigue from undermining focus. Breaks should be predictable, short, and purposeful rather than impulsive. Structured recovery supports sustained performance and ensures that strict adherence to the schedule remains achievable throughout the day. Account for both professional and personal responsibilities. A balanced schedule integrates work, growth, health, and relationships to prevent neglect in any area. Ignoring personal well-being or connections diminishes long-term productivity and satisfaction. Discipline includes recognizing the interconnectedness of life domains and allocating time proportionally to sustain overall progress. Measurement reinforces commitment. Track completion rates, punctuality, and adherence to time blocks. Documenting progress provides tangible evidence of success and highlights areas for improvement. Consistent measurement creates feedback loops that reinforce habit formation and strengthen accountability. Discipline thrives when results are visible and progress is continuously validated. Adopt a mindset that rejects compromise. Following strict schedules is a statement of commitment to your goals and personal standards. Treat deviations as exceptions rather than norms, and resist rationalizations that justify inaction. Each choice to act according to plan, regardless of convenience or comfort, reinforces the internal foundation of self-discipline. Habits and routines amplify schedule adherence. Consistently performing tasks at the same time daily reduces reliance on willpower and increases automaticity. Repetition transforms effortful compliance into natural behavior, embedding discipline into the structure of daily life. Over time, maintaining a strict schedule becomes a default approach to productivity rather than a conscious struggle. Integration of intention and action ensures that a schedule is meaningful. Planning alone does not produce results. Execution is the decisive factor. Combining clear objectives with disciplined adherence transforms abstract goals into concrete achievements. Each day becomes a building block, and the accumulation of consistent action produces exponential results over time. By following strict schedules without excuses, individuals gain control over time, energy, and focus. Every deliberate action within a structured plan reinforces discipline, reduces wasted effort, and ensures progress towards significant outcomes. Commitment to this practice cultivates resilience, efficiency, and a sense of mastery over life. Excuses lose power as consistent action becomes habitual, and the ability to maintain focus and productivity transforms from aspiration into reality. Strict adherence to well-designed schedules is a decisive practice that guarantees meaningful accomplishment, sustained growth, and the long-term development of self-mastery. Chapter 6. Track progress and improve daily. Tracking progress and improving daily is the foundation for continuous growth and mastery in any area of life. Without monitoring results, effort becomes directionless, and accomplishments may go unnoticed. Progress provides clarity, motivation, and insight into what works and what needs adjustment. Improvement is not a single event, but a daily practice of assessment, reflection, and deliberate action. Consistently evaluating performance allows you to recognize achievements, identify gaps, and refine methods, turning each day into a step forward. Tracking progress transforms effort into measurable results, ensuring that time and energy invested produce tangible outcomes that compound over time. The first step in effective tracking is establishing clear benchmarks. Define what success looks like for every goal, project, or habit. Metrics can be qualitative or quantitative, but they must be specific, observable, and measurable. Knowing exactly what to measure prevents ambiguity and ensures that progress is visible. Benchmarks provide a reference point for comparison, enabling you to assess how far you have come and what remains to be done. Clarity in measurement creates a framework for disciplined self-evaluation and structured improvement. Daily reflection is crucial for improvement. At the end of each day, take time to review completed tasks, evaluate effectiveness, and identify areas where performance could be stronger. Honest reflection highlights successes as well as mistakes, providing actionable insights. Reflection cultivates self-awareness, which is essential for personal growth and discipline development. By understanding what contributes to success and what hinders it, you can adjust your approach and make each subsequent day more productive than the last. Documenting progress enhances accountability. Writing down achievements, completed tasks, and observations solidifies awareness of effort and results. A journal, digital tracker, or spreadsheet creates a visual record that reinforces consistency and commitment. Reviewing documented progress reveals patterns, trends, and recurring challenges that may otherwise go unnoticed. This practice strengthens discipline by creating a tangible connection between effort and outcome, motivating continued action and improvement. Breaking larger goals into smaller milestones simplifies tracking. Large objectives can feel overwhelming, making it difficult to recognize incremental success. By creating mini-goals or checkpoints, you create opportunities to celebrate progress, adjust strategies, and sustain motivation. Each milestone achieved provides a sense of accomplishment and confirms that consistent effort produces measurable results. Structured milestones transform abstract ambitions into actionable, attainable steps that support daily improvement. Analyzing performance objectively is essential. Avoid subjective or emotionally influenced evaluations. Focus on observable data, measurable outcomes, and clearly defined criteria. Objective assessment allows you to separate effort from effectiveness, identify areas for refinement, and make decisions based on facts rather than assumptions. Discipline grows when evaluation is honest, rigorous, and consistent, ensuring that improvements are deliberate rather than accidental. Consistency in tracking is as important as the act of tracking itself. Sporadic evaluation provides an incomplete picture, whereas daily monitoring creates an ongoing feedback loop. Regular tracking highlights trends over time, reinforces productive habits, and allows early detection of inefficiencies. Daily consistency fosters a sense of accountability and ensures that growth remains continuous rather than intermittent. Improvement becomes predictable and sustainable when attention to progress is habitual. Feedback amplifies the value of tracking. Seek input from mentors, peers, or trusted advisors to gain perspective on your performance. External feedback complements self-assessment by revealing blind spots, providing alternative strategies, and confirming areas of strength. Constructive feedback enhances learning and informs adjustments, accelerating progress. Discipline is reinforced when external insights are integrated thoughtfully into daily practice, creating a multi-layered approach to improvement. Incremental adjustments are the core of consistent improvement. Identify specific areas for refinement based on observations and feedback, then implement small, deliberate changes. Avoid attempting massive overhauls at once, which can be overwhelming and unsustainable. Focused adjustments compound over time, creating significant long-term improvement. Each refinement strengthens habits, enhances efficiency, and ensures that daily actions align more closely with desired outcomes. Visualization enhances the tracking process. Mentally reviewing past performance, imagining the successful completion of next steps, and anticipating potential obstacles prepares the mind for action. Visualization improves focus, reduces errors, and strengthens confidence in the ability to execute. Pairing mental rehearsal with measurable tracking creates a feedback loop that integrates reflection, learning, and planning into one cohesive practice. Celebrating progress reinforces behavior and motivation. Recognize achievements, no matter how small, to maintain morale and momentum. Celebrations do not need to be extravagant. Acknowledgement of effort or completion fosters positive reinforcement. Recognizing progress strengthens commitment and builds confidence, ensuring that discipline remains strong even when challenges arise. Positive reinforcement makes the process of improvement both sustainable and rewarding. Strategic prioritization supports effective tracking. Focus attention on high-impact tasks and activities that contribute most directly to your goals. Monitoring low-value work wastes cognitive energy and may obscure meaningful progress. Concentrate on what drives results and measure impact consistently. Prioritizing effectively ensures that daily tracking produces actionable insights that guide productive adjustments rather than trivial observation. Time management is integral to daily improvement. Allocate periods for focused work, reflection, and evaluation. Structured time allows progress to be measured without interference from distractions or reactive tasks. Time blocking ensures that monitoring and improvement are not sidelined by immediate obligations, embedding discipline into the daily routine. Efficient time management strengthens the connection between effort and results, making tracking an active component of productivity. Accountability complements self-monitoring. Sharing progress with a mentor, coach, or accountability partner enhances commitment and provides external motivation. Accountability ensures that tracking is honest and that adjustments are implemented with discipline. External observation reinforces internal commitment, creating a reliable system for continuous improvement. Integrating external accountability with self-tracking increases both precision and motivation. Learning from setbacks is a vital part of tracking progress. Not all results will be favorable, and failures provide valuable insights. Analyze setbacks objectively to identify root causes and actionable remedies. Avoid blaming circumstances or external factors. Focus on what can be controlled and improved. Resilience develops when setbacks are treated as opportunities for growth, and daily tracking ensures that lessons are captured and applied immediately. Developing habits based on tracked outcomes strengthens long-term improvement. Identify routines that produce consistent results and reinforce them. Replace ineffective behaviors with those proven to yield success. Habit formation solidifies gains from daily tracking and reduces reliance on conscious effort over time. Discipline becomes automatic when productive actions are embedded into regular routines informed by accurate measurement and reflection. Clarity in metrics drives focused improvement. Determine what constitutes meaningful progress for each goal. Use indicators that accurately reflect performance and impact, rather than superficial or misleading measures. Clear metrics prevent wasted effort and ensure that improvements target areas of true significance. This approach ensures that energy is invested strategically, maximizing the return on effort and reinforcing disciplined execution. Adaptability enhances the tracking process. Use insights gained from monitoring to refine strategies, approaches, and priorities. Be willing to change tactics if evidence shows inefficiency or ineffectiveness. Continuous adaptation prevents stagnation and ensures that improvement is ongoing. Discipline is strengthened when action is informed by logic, measurement, and thoughtful adjustment, creating a system of responsive and intelligent growth. Integration of all tracking practices creates a cycle of continuous advancement. Setting benchmarks, documenting results, reflecting, analyzing, and adjusting becomes a seamless daily practice. Each day contributes to improvement, turning small, deliberate steps into significant long-term growth. By tracking progress and improving daily, you transform effort into measurable results, develop mastery over your habits, and cultivate a life characterized by purpose, effectiveness, and sustained achievement. Chapter 7. Reward achievements to reinforce habits. Rewarding achievements to reinforce habits is a powerful method to strengthen discipline and ensure consistent progress. Habits are formed through repetition, but reinforcement accelerates their development and increases the likelihood of long-term adherence. Recognizing and celebrating accomplishments, no matter how small, provides positive feedback that motivates continued action. Rewards create a psychological connection between effort and satisfaction, turning discipline from an abstract concept into a tangible and enjoyable experience. By strategically acknowledging success, you embed motivation into daily routines and strengthen the mental pathways that support productive behavior. The first step is defining meaningful rewards that align with your goals. A reward should be something that genuinely motivates you without undermining the habit itself. For example, completing a workout might be followed by a relaxing activity or a healthy treat, rather than indulging in a behavior that conflicts with your objective. Thoughtful rewards maintain the balance between gratification and discipline. When rewards are intentionally tied to achievements, they reinforce the value of effort and make the process of building habits more sustainable. Immediate recognition amplifies the impact of rewards. The sooner a reward follows a completed action, the stronger the association between effort and positive feedback. Delaying acknowledgement reduces motivation and weakens the habit-forming process. Reinforce success promptly to strengthen neural connections that link behavior to satisfaction. Immediate reinforcement solidifies the habit loop, making it easier to replicate the behavior consistently in the future. Celebrate milestones as part of a structured habit system. Long-term objectives can feel distant and abstract, making daily effort challenging. Breaking goals into smaller achievements allows frequent opportunities for recognition. Each milestone reached validates progress, fuels motivation, and strengthens commitment to the larger objective. Structured celebrations transform incremental success into tangible reinforcement, providing both encouragement and evidence of growth. Balance intrinsic and extrinsic rewards for maximum effect. Intrinsic rewards come from the satisfaction of achievement, personal pride, or the sense of growth. Extrinsic rewards include tangible incentives such as small treats, experiences, or recognition from others. Combining both creates a powerful system where internal motivation is supported by external reinforcement. This dual approach ensures that habits are resilient, enjoyable, and sustainable over the long term. Tracking achievements visually reinforces reinforcement. Use a journal, checklist, or digital tracker to record successes and the corresponding rewards. Seeing progress mapped out visually strengthens motivation, creates accountability, and highlights the cumulative effect of consistent effort. Visual tracking also allows you to identify patterns of success, recognize areas for improvement, and maintain awareness of accomplishments over time. It transforms abstract progress into concrete evidence of growth. Avoid over-rewarding or creating dependencies that weaken discipline. Rewards should enhance habits rather than replace the intrinsic value of the action itself. Over-reliance on external incentives can make habits unsustainable if rewards are removed. The goal is to cultivate consistent behavior, not dependency on external gratification. Thoughtful, measured reinforcement builds a foundation of self-motivation that persists even without constant rewards. Incorporate variety in your rewards to maintain engagement. Repeating the same reward for every accomplishment can reduce its impact over time. Introduce different forms of recognition that appeal to various aspects of motivation: physical, mental, social, or experiential. Variety keeps the reinforcement process fresh, engaging, and more effective. By evolving rewards alongside your growth, you maintain enthusiasm and commitment to habit development. Use rewards to strengthen challenging habits. Difficult or unpleasant tasks often require extra motivation to ensure consistency. Associating these activities with meaningful rewards increases the likelihood of adherence. For example, after completing a challenging project, take time for a favorite leisure activity or a personal treat. This approach transforms effort into a more manageable and satisfying process, making even demanding tasks feel achievable and reinforcing resilience. Reflection enhances the power of reward systems. After achieving a goal and receiving a reward, take a moment to reflect on the effort, challenges, and lessons learned. Reflecting solidifies the connection between action and positive outcome, deepening the psychological reinforcement. It also reinforces self-awareness, helping you understand which actions produce the most meaningful results and which forms of reward are most motivating. Reflection ensures that reinforcement is intentional, strategic, and impactful. Integrate social recognition as a form of reward. Sharing accomplishments with mentors, peers, or supportive communities provides external validation and encouragement. Social acknowledgement enhances confidence, reinforces habits, and creates a sense of accountability. Recognition from others complements personal satisfaction and strengthens the habit loop by linking achievement to social reinforcement. Positive feedback from external sources motivates continued effort and deepens commitment to personal growth. Reward consistency, not just outcomes. Habit formation is about repeated action, and recognizing consistent effort encourages persistence. Even if a result is not yet perfect, acknowledging the commitment to practice reinforces the behavior that produces eventual success. Celebrating consistency creates a culture of progress rather than perfection, making it easier to maintain momentum and build long-lasting habits. Discipline is strengthened when effort itself is valued as a significant achievement. Leverage small daily rewards to sustain motivation. Minor acknowledgements after completing tasks or sticking to routines maintain engagement without derailing focus. Small reinforcements create frequent positive feedback loops that keep habits active and reinforce daily discipline. These micro-rewards compound over time, making consistent practice more enjoyable and natural. The cumulative effect of small repeated reinforcement is profound, building a strong foundation for long-term habit development. Avoid using counterproductive rewards. Incentives should never undermine the goal they are meant to support. For example, rewarding progress in a health habit with unhealthy behavior counteracts the positive effect. Ensure that rewards align with long-term objectives and reinforce the desired behavior. Strategic selection of rewards enhances habit formation and ensures that discipline remains intact. Incorporate challenges as part of the reward system. Occasionally setting slightly higher difficulty levels for tasks and rewarding their completion increases engagement and skill development. Overcoming challenges provides a sense of accomplishment that strengthens intrinsic motivation and reinforces resilience. A well-designed challenge reward structure ensures growth and prevents stagnation in habits, making discipline both effective and stimulating. Review and adjust rewards regularly. As goals evolve, so should the reinforcement system. What motivates today may lose impact tomorrow. Periodically assess which rewards are most effective and modify them to maintain engagement and motivation. Dynamic adjustment keeps the reinforcement process relevant, meaningful, and aligned with ongoing development. Discipline becomes adaptable and resilient when rewards evolve alongside growth. Combine rewards with goal visualization. Anticipating the positive outcome of achieving a task enhances focus, persistence, and commitment. When the mind connects effort to a future reward, motivation is strengthened. Visualization reinforces the habit loop and prepares mental pathways for successful execution. Pairing mental imagery with tangible rewards amplifies the psychological impact, making adherence to discipline more compelling. Accountability partners can enhance reinforcement. Sharing both achievements and rewards with someone who supports your growth creates an added layer of motivation. When another person acknowledges your accomplishments, the reinforcement effect is magnified and discipline becomes more resilient. Accountability amplifies the habit-forming process by creating social and personal incentives simultaneously. Over time, reward-based reinforcement transforms behavior from effortful action to natural habit. Consistent recognition, reflection, and celebration embed motivation into daily routines. Discipline becomes a self-sustaining cycle where effort is continually reinforced, focus is strengthened, and personal growth accelerates. By strategically rewarding achievements, habits are solidified, persistence is enhanced, and long-term success becomes attainable through deliberate, consistent practice. Rewarding achievements to reinforce habits is a deliberate and essential practice for anyone committed to personal growth. By linking effort to meaningful reinforcement, celebrating milestones, tracking progress, and reflecting on success, every action becomes part of a continuous cycle of development. Habits solidified through rewards create momentum, strengthen resilience, and ensure that discipline evolves from a conscious choice into a reliable and sustaining force in everyday life. Chapter 8. Develop mental toughness to overcome challenges. Developing mental toughness to overcome challenges is essential for achieving sustained success and maintaining control over life circumstances. Mental toughness is not an innate trait, but a skill that can be cultivated through consistent practice, reflection, and deliberate action. It allows individuals to persevere through adversity, remain focused under pressure, and continue progressing when obstacles arise. Life will inevitably present difficulties, unexpected setbacks, and periods of discomfort, but the strength of the mind determines how effectively these situations are managed. Building resilience, self-control, and emotional stability ensures that challenges are approached with confidence and that setbacks become opportunities for growth rather than sources of defeat. The first step in developing mental toughness is embracing responsibility for personal outcomes. Mental toughness requires the understanding that results are largely determined by one's actions, decisions, and attitude. Blaming external factors or circumstances diminishes control and weakens resolve. By accepting full responsibility, individuals reclaim power over their lives, creating the foundation for resilience. Ownership fosters a proactive mindset, where challenges are seen as obstacles to navigate rather than insurmountable barriers. Facing discomfort deliberately strengthens mental resilience. Growth rarely occurs in comfort zones, and avoiding challenges reinforces fear and weakness. Seek situations that push limits, whether physically, mentally, or emotionally. Each experience of overcoming discomfort reinforces confidence, teaches coping mechanisms, and expands the ability to endure adversity. Exposure to controlled difficulty trains the mind to tolerate stress and respond effectively rather than react impulsively. Consistency in habits builds mental toughness incrementally. Daily routines that reinforce discipline, focus, and endurance create a structured environment where resilience develops naturally. Completing tasks, even when motivation is low or conditions are unfavorable, strengthens willpower and persistence. Small, repeated victories accumulate, forming the backbone of mental strength and preparing the mind to face larger challenges with steadiness and confidence. Reframing setbacks is a critical component. Challenges and failures are inevitable, but interpreting them as lessons rather than permanent failures transforms adversity into opportunity. Analyze what went wrong, identify lessons, and adjust strategies accordingly. This approach prevents discouragement, fosters problem-solving skills, and cultivates a mindset that sees every challenge as manageable. Mental toughness grows when obstacles are understood as temporary conditions rather than permanent limitations. Self-awareness is essential in developing resilience. Understanding personal triggers, stress responses, and areas of vulnerability allows for targeted improvement. Recognize moments when fear, doubt, or anxiety emerge and implement strategies to manage them effectively. Awareness provides control, reduces impulsive reactions, and strengthens the capacity to maintain composure during stressful situations. Emotional intelligence is intertwined with mental toughness, as managing internal states enhances stability under pressure. Goal setting supports mental fortitude. Clear, meaningful objectives provide direction and motivation, especially when challenges arise. Large goals can be broken into smaller, manageable tasks, making difficult projects less overwhelming. Progress toward these objectives serves as reinforcement and maintains focus during periods of difficulty. Goals act as anchors, grounding effort in purpose and preventing discouragement when circumstances are challenging. Visualization strengthens resilience and mental focus. Mentally rehearsing challenges, imagining successful navigation, and anticipating potential obstacles prepares the mind for real-world scenarios. Visualization enhances confidence, reduces anxiety, and sharpens decision-making. Mentally experiencing success before it occurs establishes a framework for response, allowing for composed, decisive action when adversity arises. Physical conditioning contributes significantly to mental toughness. Strengthening the body through regular exercise, endurance training, and controlled physical challenges enhances stamina, stress tolerance, and perseverance. Physical and mental resilience are interconnected. Overcoming physical strain teaches the mind to endure discomfort and maintain focus under pressure. A well-conditioned body supports a disciplined, resilient mind capable of handling demanding situations. Discipline and self-control reinforce mental toughness. The ability to delay gratification, resist temptation, and adhere to structured routines strengthens the mind's capacity to endure difficulty. Each act of self-control, whether in completing tasks, maintaining consistency, or resisting distractions, reinforces the neural pathways associated with resilience. Discipline provides the scaffolding for mental toughness, ensuring that focus and determination persist when challenges arise. Mindset plays a central role in resilience. Cultivate optimism, rooted in realism, where challenges are acknowledged but approached with confidence in one's abilities. Avoid passivity or fatalism, and maintain an active, problem-solving orientation. A resilient mindset evaluates circumstances objectively, identifies actionable solutions, and persists regardless of temporary setbacks. Mental toughness is reinforced when thought patterns consistently support action rather than avoidance. Stress management techniques enhance the ability to remain composed under pressure. Breathing exercises, meditation, and mindfulness practices reduce the physiological impact of stress and improve focus. Developing methods to manage tension allows for rational decision-making even in high-pressure situations. Resilience is strengthened when stress does not dictate reactions, and calm assessment becomes the default response to adversity. Adaptability enhances mental toughness. Challenges are unpredictable, and rigid approaches can lead to frustration and failure. Cultivate flexibility in strategies, perspectives, and problem-solving methods. Being able to adjust effectively when conditions change preserves momentum and ensures continued progress. Adaptable individuals approach obstacles with creativity and resilience, viewing change as an opportunity rather than a threat. Persistence reinforces mental strength over time. Challenges are rarely overcome immediately, and consistent effort despite difficulty builds endurance. Commit to long-term objectives even when immediate results are not evident. Each step forward, however small, strengthens confidence and demonstrates the capacity to endure prolonged difficulty. Persistence is the bridge between mental toughness and tangible achievement. Support systems amplify resilience. Surround yourself with individuals who provide encouragement, guidance, and constructive feedback. Mentors, peers, or supportive communities can offer perspective, help identify solutions, and reinforce commitment to overcoming challenges. While mental toughness requires internal strength, external support provides additional resources and validation that sustain effort and motivation. Reflection and learning are integral to growth. Regularly review responses to challenges, identify effective strategies, and pinpoint areas needing improvement. Learning from experience consolidates resilience and equips the mind to handle future adversity more efficiently. Reflection transforms each obstacle into a source of insight and ensures that mental toughness evolves continuously rather than stagnating. Embracing uncertainty builds resilience. Life rarely unfolds exactly as planned, and the ability to remain composed when outcomes are unpredictable strengthens mental fortitude. Develop comfort with ambiguity, make decisions with limited information, and maintain forward momentum despite uncertainty. Resilient individuals act decisively without waiting for perfect conditions, ensuring that challenges are confronted proactively rather than avoided. Emotional regulation under pressure reinforces mental strength. Recognize and control impulses, frustration, and negative emotional responses that can undermine focus and effectiveness. Respond to challenges calmly and rationally, maintaining clarity of thought. Consistent emotional control prevents setbacks from escalating and allows for constructive action, even in highly stressful circumstances. Incremental challenge exposure builds confidence. Gradually increasing the difficulty of tasks, responsibilities, or challenges strengthens the mind and expands capabilities. Each successfully navigated challenge increases self-efficacy, reinforcing the belief in one's ability to overcome adversity. Confidence developed through repeated accomplishment supports sustained mental toughness and resilience. Accountability supports the cultivation of mental strength. Commit to goals and report progress to trusted individuals, creating reinforcement for consistent effort. Accountability discourages avoidance, encourages perseverance and strengthens commitment to disciplined action. External accountability complements internal resolve, creating a layered approach to developing resilience. Developing mental toughness transforms challenges from sources of fear into opportunities for growth. Each act of persistence, self-control, reflection, and deliberate action strengthens resilience and builds confidence. Over time, obstacles are approached with clarity, focus, and strategic problem-solving rather than hesitation or doubt. Mental toughness becomes a habit, ensuring that difficulties are navigated with skill, composure, and purpose. By committing to this deliberate process, individuals cultivate a mindset capable of thriving under pressure, embracing adversity, and consistently achieving meaningful outcomes. Chapter 9. Practice self-control in small actions. Practicing self-control in small actions is the foundation for developing lasting discipline and achieving meaningful personal growth. Self-control is not simply the ability to resist temptation, it is a consistent practice of aligning immediate actions with long-term goals. Every small choice matters, and repeated practice in minor situations builds the mental strength needed to navigate larger challenges. Mastering small actions creates a ripple effect, influencing behavior, decision-making, and overall resilience in ways that compound over time. By deliberately exercising restraint and intentionality in daily activities, individuals train their minds to act with purpose rather than impulse. The first step in cultivating self-control is awareness. Observe your daily habits, impulses, and reactions to stimuli. Identify moments where automatic behaviors or immediate desires conflict with your objectives. Awareness allows you to recognize patterns of weakness and pinpoint areas for improvement. Without observation, self-control remains passive, leaving decisions to habit and impulse rather than conscious choice. By noticing these small opportunities for restraint, you create openings to practice discipline intentionally. Start with manageable actions. Choose simple daily behaviors that require minimal effort to modify yet provide consistent opportunities for practice. Examples include delaying gratification, controlling emotional reactions, sticking to a plan, or completing tasks without distraction. These small victories establish a foundation for more significant self-control challenges. Incremental practice strengthens the neural pathways associated with discipline, making restraint a natural response over time. Deliberate planning supports consistent self-control. Anticipate situations where temptations, distractions, or impulses are likely to appear. By preparing in advance, you reduce the reliance on willpower in the moment and increase the likelihood of executing the desired behavior. Planning can involve setting clear intentions, removing triggers from the environment, or creating reminders to stay aligned with your goals. Structured preparation ensures that self-control is not left to chance, and it reinforces consistent practice in manageable increments. Focus on one small action at a time. Trying to exercise self-control in multiple areas simultaneously can be overwhelming and counterproductive. Concentrating on a single behavior allows for focused effort, measurable progress, and reinforcement of success. Each completed action builds confidence, demonstrating that restraint is possible and sustainable. Once mastery is achieved in one area, the principles and discipline developed can be applied to additional aspects of life, creating cumulative growth in self-control. Delay immediate gratification to strengthen mental discipline. When faced with impulses, practice pausing before responding. This pause allows rational evaluation of whether the action aligns with goals or values. Delaying gratification teaches patience, reinforces long-term thinking, and strengthens decision-making. Each instance of resisting an immediate urge reinforces self-control and contributes to a broader ability to manage impulses in more complex situations. Consistency is key to embedding self-control into daily life. Repeated practice reinforces behavior and gradually reduces the effort required to maintain restraint. Small actions performed consistently produce greater impact than sporadic high-effort attempts. Daily repetition turns conscious effort into habit, embedding discipline into automatic responses. The cumulative effect of consistent practice solidifies self-control as a default approach to behavior rather than a temporary effort. Reflection amplifies learning from practice. At the end of each day, review instances where self-control was exercised and where it faltered. Analyze contributing factors, identify triggers, and determine strategies for improvement. Reflection creates feedback loops that strengthen understanding of behavior, increase self-awareness, and enhance future performance. By learning from both successes and failures, you refine your ability to exercise restraint effectively. Reinforce self-control with positive rewards. Recognize when small actions align with your goals and celebrate adherence. Rewards strengthen the connection between deliberate behavior and satisfaction, enhancing motivation and reinforcing habit formation. Positive reinforcement, when applied strategically, creates momentum and encourages consistent practice. Rewards for disciplined actions do not undermine self-control, but rather enhance engagement and the likelihood of continued adherence. Environmental design enhances the ability to maintain restraint. Remove or reduce exposure to temptations, distractions, or triggers that challenge self-control. Organize spaces to support productive and intentional behavior. Surround yourself with cues that promote focus, discipline, and mindful decision-making. An environment structured to minimize impulse reduces mental strain, making self-control more accessible and consistent. Small adjustments in surroundings create conditions that reinforce daily practice of restraint. Incrementally increase the difficulty of controlled actions. Begin with simpler, more achievable tasks, and gradually introduce greater challenges. Each successful effort builds confidence and strengthens mental endurance, preparing you for larger tests of self-discipline. Progressive difficulty ensures that self-control develops in alignment with capability, preventing discouragement while maximizing growth. Small, manageable steps compound into significant improvement over time. Monitor triggers that undermine self-control. Keep track of situations, emotions, or contexts that lead to impulsive or counterproductive behavior. Understanding these patterns allows for preemptive strategies, such as avoiding triggers or implementing coping mechanisms. Awareness of high-risk moments increases the likelihood of success and reduces reliance on willpower alone. By identifying and managing triggers, you build a more resilient framework for practicing restraint. Develop strategies to redirect impulses productively. When faced with temptation or distraction, consciously choose an alternative action aligned with goals. This redirection strengthens decision-making, reinforces purpose, and transforms potential weaknesses into opportunities for disciplined action. Redirecting energy from unproductive impulses to constructive behaviors reinforces mental control and builds resilience against recurring challenges. Integrate mindfulness into daily practice. Observing thoughts, emotions, and urges without immediate reaction enhances awareness and control. Mindfulness creates space between stimulus and response, allowing for intentional decision-making rather than automatic behavior. Regular mindfulness practice strengthens the mental muscle required for self-control, increasing patience, focus, and consistency. Awareness cultivated through mindfulness supports deliberate action in even the smallest decisions. Accountability amplifies practice. Share goals and progress with mentors, peers, or supportive individuals. External observation increases commitment, reduces rationalizations, and encourages consistent action. Accountability reinforces internal motivation and provides perspective when self-discipline is tested. Feedback and acknowledgement from others serve as additional reinforcement, making small actions more meaningful and sustaining engagement. Recognize the cumulative effect of small actions. Each instance of practiced self-control contributes to long-term habits, character development, and overall discipline. No single action is insignificant. Repeated restraint compounds into significant personal growth. Understanding the ripple effect of small actions reinforces commitment and highlights the importance of consistent, deliberate practice. Adapt strategies when challenges evolve. Situations, environments, and personal priorities change, requiring adjustments to self-control methods. Flexibility ensures that practice remains effective and relevant. Adapting strategies preserves consistency, maintains momentum, and prevents lapses in discipline. Mental agility combined with deliberate action strengthens overall resilience and reinforces habit formation. Focus on the process rather than perfection. Small actions are most effective when approached with intentionality rather than judgment. Mistakes or occasional lapses are part of learning and provide opportunities to refine strategies. Emphasizing the process over immediate outcomes encourages persistence and reinforces the habit of consistent effort. Discipline grows when the emphasis is placed on repeated, deliberate practice rather than flawless execution. Celebrate incremental victories to sustain motivation. Recognize the impact of successful restraint, no matter how minor, and allow it to build confidence and satisfaction. Celebrating small wins reinforces the behavior and strengthens the association between effort and positive results. Consistent acknowledgement of progress makes the practice of self-control more engaging, rewarding, and likely to continue over time. By practicing self-control in small actions consistently, individuals develop the mental strength and discipline necessary for lasting personal growth. Each deliberate choice to resist impulsive behavior strengthens resilience, sharpens focus, and reinforces alignment with long-term goals. Small actions compounded over time transform into reliable habits, creating a foundation for larger successes, enhanced decision-making, and sustained achievement. Deliberate, incremental practice of self-control establishes a disciplined mind capable of navigating challenges, maintaining focus, and achieving meaningful results through consistent, intentional effort. Chapter 10. Visualize success and act decisively. Visualizing success and acting decisively is a powerful practice that bridges the gap between intention and achievement. Visualization is more than imagining outcomes. It is a deliberate process of mentally rehearsing success, creating clarity, and strengthening confidence. When the mind clearly perceives what is possible, the body and behavior naturally align to achieve it. Success begins in the mind long before it manifests in reality, and decisive action converts vision into tangible results. The combination of a focused mental image with purposeful, timely execution creates momentum, reduces hesitation, and accelerates progress toward meaningful goals. The first step is clarity in visualization. Clearly define what success looks like in specific terms. Ambiguity undermines the effectiveness of mental rehearsal, while precise imagery reinforces focus and commitment. Whether the goal is professional, personal, or physical, the mind responds best to detailed, concrete representations. Visualizing the process, steps, and outcome prepares both mindset and strategy for action. Clarity ensures that the mental picture serves as a guide rather than a vague aspiration, increasing the likelihood of consistent progress. Create a daily visualization practice to strengthen mental conditioning. Set aside dedicated time to mentally rehearse objectives, imagine overcoming obstacles, and experience the emotions associated with achieving success. Daily repetition trains the mind to anticipate challenges, rehearse responses, and reinforce belief in capability. Regular practice transforms visualization from abstract thinking into a structured tool for motivation, focus, and preparedness. Engage all senses during visualization. Imagine the sights, sounds, sensations, and feelings associated with success. Multisensory mental rehearsal makes the visualization more realistic, deepens emotional connection, and strengthens neural pathways associated with goal achievement. When the mind experiences success vividly, confidence and readiness increase, reducing anxiety and hesitation when facing real-world challenges. Immersive mental practice prepares the brain to execute actions more effectively in reality. Pair visualization with goal setting for maximum impact. Visualizing the achievement of clearly defined goals focuses energy and attention on specific objectives. Goals serve as anchors for mental rehearsal, ensuring that the imagery aligns with desired outcomes. This combination strengthens motivation, reinforces commitment, and creates a roadmap for action. Mental rehearsal becomes purposeful when directed toward tangible, measurable targets. Develop decisiveness by creating action plans in conjunction with visualization. A clear mental image must be matched with concrete steps to ensure execution. Identify key tasks, prioritize them, and commit to immediate implementation. Decisive action eliminates procrastination, reduces uncertainty, and transforms intention into measurable progress. Visualization without action remains theoretical, whereas combining it with prompt execution turns possibility into reality. Anticipate obstacles mentally and plan responses. Effective visualization includes challenges, setbacks, and difficult moments that may arise. By imagining strategies for overcoming these obstacles, the mind is better prepared to respond calmly and effectively. Anticipatory planning reduces stress, reinforces resilience, and increases the likelihood of sustained forward movement. Mental rehearsal of challenges strengthens problem-solving skills and builds confidence to act decisively in real situations. Repetition enhances the effectiveness of visualization. Consistently imagining success strengthens belief, aligns behavior, and reinforces mental commitment. Repeated practice reduces self-doubt and ensures that mental focus becomes automatic, providing guidance during critical decisions. Persistence in visualization, like physical training, develops mental endurance, sharpens focus, and prepares the mind to navigate challenges with clarity and confidence. Integrate positive emotion into visualization. Connect mental imagery with feelings of satisfaction, pride, and accomplishment. Emotional engagement strengthens motivation, reinforces confidence, and creates a compelling internal drive to act. Positive emotions associated with success enhance focus and sustain effort, even in the face of setbacks. The brain responds more readily to vivid experiences that evoke strong emotional resonance, making the practice more effective. Use visualization to reinforce confidence and self-efficacy. Mentally rehearsing successful execution reduces uncertainty, enhances decision-making, and strengthens belief in capabilities. Confidence developed through visualization encourages bold, decisive action rather than hesitation or indecision. Strong self-efficacy ensures that challenges are approached with determination, persistence, and a solution-oriented mindset. Combine visualization with immediate action to create momentum. Mental rehearsal prepares the mind, but tangible progress occurs only through execution. Acting decisively after visualization bridges the gap between thought and reality. Prompt action leverages clarity, focus, and motivation, converting preparation into measurable results. Momentum builds when intention is quickly followed by deliberate, consistent effort, reinforcing both confidence and discipline. Track results to refine visualization and action. Review outcomes to assess what strategies worked, which steps produced results, and how mental rehearsal influenced execution. Adjust visualization practices to reflect real-world insights, improving accuracy, focus, and effectiveness. Feedback loops enhance both planning and execution, ensuring that each cycle of visualization and action produces more refined, impactful results. Cultivate discipline in acting decisively. Hesitation undermines both the benefits of visualization and the impact of actions. Develop habits that encourage immediate, focused execution of planned steps. Discipline ensures that visualization translates into productive effort consistently rather than sporadically. Over time, decisive behavior becomes automatic, reinforcing mental clarity and goal achievement. Embrace calculated risk as part of action. Decisive steps often involve uncertainty, but careful evaluation and planning reduce unnecessary danger while maintaining progress. Risk-taking is an essential component of growth, and visualization prepares the mind to handle potential consequences with composure and strategy. Confidence in taking calculated action is strengthened through repeated rehearsal and informed decision-making. Maintain focus on the present while acting decisively. Visualization prepares for future outcomes, but execution requires attention to immediate tasks and conditions. Avoid distractions, overthinking, or hesitation during action. Concentrated focus ensures accuracy, efficiency, and alignment with goals. Mindful engagement in the present amplifies the effectiveness of both preparation and execution, maximizing results from decisive behavior. Develop resilience through visualization of overcoming failure. Imagine scenarios where obstacles occur, mistakes happen, or plans do not unfold perfectly. Mentally rehearse corrective actions and continued effort despite setbacks. This process strengthens mental endurance, reduces fear of failure, and reinforces commitment to act decisively, even under pressure. Anticipating recovery from failure builds both confidence and perseverance. Reinforce accountability to enhance decisive action. Commit to goals publicly or with supportive individuals to increase motivation and urgency. Accountability encourages follow-through, reduces procrastination, and ensures that visualized objectives are actively pursued. External reinforcement complements internal preparation, creating a robust system for consistent execution. Adapt visualization as goals evolve. As objectives, circumstances, and capabilities change, adjust mental rehearsal to reflect current priorities and desired outcomes. Updated visualization maintains relevance, focus, and motivation, ensuring that preparation remains aligned with evolving challenges and opportunities. Flexibility in mental practice strengthens adaptability, resilience, and sustained progress. Combine visualization with deliberate reflection. After acting decisively, review performance, assess alignment with visualized outcomes, and identify areas for improvement. Reflection ensures that lessons are learned, successes are reinforced, and future visualization becomes more precise and effective. This cycle of preparation, execution, and reflection strengthens skill, confidence, and results over time. By consistently visualizing success and pairing it with decisive action, individuals create a powerful cycle of preparation, execution, and reinforcement. Mental clarity, emotional engagement, and prompt execution combine to transform intention into measurable results. Visualization strengthens confidence, focus, and problem-solving abilities, while decisive action ensures that goals are achieved efficiently and effectively. Repeated practice solidifies habits of foresight, courage, and deliberate execution, making success not only possible but predictable through consistent, intentional effort. The integration of mental rehearsal with immediate, confident action provides the tools to navigate challenges, capitalize on opportunities, and achieve meaningful results in every area of life. Chapter 11. Share goals for accountability. Sharing goals for accountability is a critical strategy for ensuring follow-through and maintaining momentum in the pursuit of personal and professional objectives. Goals kept private often lack external reinforcement, making it easier to procrastinate or rationalize delays. When goals are communicated to trusted individuals, a sense of responsibility is created that motivates action, sharpens focus, and strengthens commitment. Accountability transforms abstract intentions into observable commitments, giving them weight and urgency that drive consistency. The act of sharing goals introduces a social component that reinforces discipline, encourages honest self-assessment, and cultivates a mindset oriented toward results rather than intention alone. The first step in leveraging accountability is selecting the right individuals to share your goals with. Choose people who are supportive, reliable, and invested in your growth. Their encouragement, constructive feedback, and observation create a motivational environment where commitment is reinforced. Sharing with individuals who are critical or unsupportive can undermine confidence and diminish focus. The right accountability partners amplify discipline and provide consistent reinforcement that sustains progress over time. Clarity in communicating goals enhances accountability. Clearly articulate the objectives, desired outcomes, and timelines associated with your plans. Ambiguous statements reduce the pressure to act and make it difficult for others to provide meaningful support. Specific, measurable goals create tangible benchmarks that allow both you and your accountability partners to track progress objectively. When expectations are explicit, accountability becomes a structured process that encourages consistent action and meaningful follow-through. Set regular check-ins to maintain accountability momentum. Establishing a schedule for updates or progress reviews ensures that goals remain active in consciousness and that effort is continuously monitored. Frequent communication reinforces the connection between intention and action, reduces the likelihood of procrastination, and creates opportunities for reflection and adjustment. Check-ins cultivate discipline by providing structured moments for evaluation, discussion, and recommitment to the goal. Be transparent about challenges and setbacks when sharing goals. Accountability is most effective when obstacles, mistakes, or delays are communicated honestly. Open discussion of difficulties allows for constructive feedback, brainstorming of solutions, and encouragement to continue despite challenges. Concealing problems undermines the accountability process and reduces its effectiveness. A culture of honesty ensures that both successes and setbacks are leveraged as opportunities for learning and growth. Pair goal sharing with specific commitments. Identify actions, milestones, or metrics that demonstrate progress and communicate them to your accountability partner. Concrete commitments provide clarity and create measurable indicators of achievement. Accountability is strengthened when intentions are linked to observable behaviors and tangible outcomes. Structured commitments transform abstract goals into actionable steps that drive disciplined effort. Encourage reciprocal accountability in partnerships. Accountability is most effective when it is mutual, with partners supporting each other's growth and progress. Sharing goals should include offering feedback, encouragement, and challenge to your accountability partner. Reciprocal arrangements create a balanced dynamic where each participant benefits from reinforcement, perspective, and motivation. Shared responsibility increases engagement and sustains consistent effort toward goals. Document progress for accountability reinforcement. Keeping a written or digital record of actions, milestones, and outcomes allows for objective evaluation and reinforces personal responsibility. Accountability partners can review records to provide targeted guidance, recognize accomplishments, and address areas needing improvement. Documentation makes progress visible, encourages reflection, and strengthens the connection between effort and results, reinforcing both discipline and focus. Leverage social reinforcement when appropriate. Sharing goals with groups, communities, or public platforms increases motivation through collective observation. Public accountability introduces a level of social pressure that strengthens commitment, discourages procrastination, and amplifies consistency. However, it is important to balance public sharing with personal boundaries to maintain control over the process and ensure it supports rather than distracts from objectives. Use accountability to refine strategies. Feedback from others often reveals blind spots, alternative approaches, or more efficient methods for achieving goals. Constructive input enhances decision-making, optimizes effort, and accelerates progress. Engaging with accountability partners provides perspective and wisdom that may be unavailable in isolation. Incorporating feedback transforms goal pursuit into an iterative process of improvement rather than a static plan. Celebrate progress with accountability partners. Recognizing achievements, even incremental ones, reinforces motivation and strengthens commitment to ongoing effort. Celebrating milestones publicly or with supportive individuals validates hard work, encourages continuation, and maintains energy throughout the journey. Acknowledgement of success enhances satisfaction and creates positive reinforcement that sustains long-term discipline. Establish consequences for missed commitments to heighten accountability. Defining repercussions for failing to act ensures that the responsibility to follow through is taken seriously. Consequences do not have to be punitive. They can be structured in ways that promote reflection, correction, or renewed effort. The presence of consequences increases urgency, focus, and the likelihood of consistent action, making goals more tangible and reinforcing discipline. Integrate accountability into daily routines. Incorporate regular reporting, reflection, or discussion into established habits to ensure consistent reinforcement. By making accountability a routine practice, it becomes an embedded component of discipline rather than an occasional activity. Daily engagement sustains momentum, maintains awareness of objectives, and reinforces continuous effort, strengthening the habit of responsibility over time. Develop resilience through accountability interactions. Engaging with partners or groups to discuss challenges and setbacks builds the ability to accept constructive criticism, adapt strategies, and persevere. Accountability encourages growth-oriented thinking by framing difficulties as learning opportunities rather than failures. This resilience enhances the capacity to navigate complex goals and maintain progress under pressure. Balance support with self-reliance. While accountability partners provide motivation and oversight, the ultimate responsibility for action remains personal. Relying solely on external reinforcement undermines internal discipline. Use accountability as a tool to strengthen intrinsic motivation, encourage reflection, and maintain focus, while cultivating independent commitment to goals. A balanced approach ensures that discipline is sustainable and self-directed. Adjust the level of accountability over time. As skills, confidence, and discipline develop, the intensity of external monitoring can be reduced while maintaining effective self-management. Gradual reduction in reliance on external partners encourages internalization of discipline, making commitment to goals habitual and self-sustaining. Accountability should evolve from external dependence to internal mastery. Use accountability to enhance strategic planning. Discussing goals with partners often surfaces insights about sequencing, prioritization, and efficiency. Feedback can help identify critical steps, avoid common pitfalls, and optimize resource allocation. Strategic adjustments informed by accountability improve execution, reduce wasted effort, and increase the likelihood of achieving goals. Engagement with others refines both planning and execution. Reinforce learning through reflection with accountability partners. After completing milestones or actions, reviewing the process collaboratively highlights strengths, areas for improvement, and lessons learned. Reflection deepens understanding, solidifies habits, and provides perspective on the path forward. Continuous reflection ensures that accountability contributes to growth rather than merely oversight. Integrating accountability into goal pursuit strengthens consistency, focus, and personal responsibility. Sharing objectives with supportive individuals or groups creates motivation, clarity, and reinforcement that accelerate progress. The combination of clear communication, regular check-ins, constructive feedback, and reflection transforms intention into deliberate, sustained action. Accountability is not a crutch, but a catalyst for disciplined effort, enabling individuals to navigate challenges, maintain momentum, and achieve meaningful outcomes through structured, deliberate engagement with trusted partners and supportive communities. Chapter 12. Limit temptations that weaken discipline. Limiting temptations that weaken discipline is a crucial practice for maintaining focus, consistency, and long-term achievement. Temptations are inevitable, but allowing them to dictate behavior undermines progress and erodes self-control. Every individual encounters distractions, cravings, or impulses that compete with goals, and unchecked indulgence in these tendencies gradually weakens mental resilience. By recognizing, minimizing, and strategically managing temptations, discipline can be preserved and strengthened. Creating an environment and mindset that support restraint ensures that energy, time, and attention are directed toward meaningful actions rather than fleeting indulgences. The first step in limiting temptations is awareness. Identify the specific behaviors, habits, or stimuli that consistently lead to distraction or counterproductive actions. Awareness allows for conscious planning, reduces impulsive responses, and provides insight into patterns of weakness. Observing how, when, and why certain temptations arise equips the mind to respond intentionally rather than reactively. Without this understanding, efforts to strengthen discipline are undermined by unrecognized triggers and recurring lapses. Control the environment to reduce exposure to temptations. Remove physical cues, limit access to distractions, and structure spaces to support focused behavior. For example, keeping unhealthy snacks out of reach, turning off notifications, or organizing work areas to minimize interference prevents unnecessary mental strain and reduces reliance on willpower alone. An environment designed for discipline creates conditions in which self-control becomes easier, more consistent, and sustainable. Establish clear boundaries around activities that challenge focus or self-restraint. Define limits for behaviors that can weaken discipline and adhere to them strictly. Boundaries create structure, signal commitment, and reduce ambiguity that allows temptation to creep in. Clear limits reinforce the mental framework necessary to prioritize meaningful actions over fleeting desires. Boundaries should be specific, realistic, and consistently enforced to produce effective results. Practice delaying gratification to strengthen resistance to temptation. When impulses arise, pause before acting and consider long-term consequences. Delaying immediate indulgence trains the mind to value future outcomes over temporary satisfaction. This practice strengthens decision-making, reinforces self-discipline, and gradually reduces the influence of recurring temptations. Each successful pause builds confidence and contributes to a stronger, more resilient mindset. Replace harmful habits with positive alternatives. Temptation often arises in moments of boredom, stress, or routine. Identify constructive activities that fulfill the same need without undermining goals. For instance, exercising instead of indulging in unhealthy food, engaging in reading rather than endless scrolling, or practicing mindfulness instead of reacting impulsively. Substituting productive behaviors not only reduces temptation, but also reinforces habits aligned with personal growth and achievement. Use strategic scheduling to minimize exposure to temptation. Align tasks and routines in ways that reduce encounters with distracting influences. Completing high-priority tasks during peak focus periods, limiting time in environments prone to distraction, and structuring breaks intentionally all reduce vulnerability to temptation. Planning time carefully strengthens discipline by reducing reactive behavior and promoting consistent engagement with meaningful work. Strengthen mental resilience through small, deliberate acts of restraint. Each instance of resisting a minor temptation builds neural pathways that reinforce discipline and self-control. Incremental practice makes it easier to resist larger, more challenging impulses in the future. Mental strength develops gradually, and repeated successful restraint enhances confidence, focus, and the capacity to maintain long-term goals. Anticipate situations where temptations are likely to arise. Mental preparation allows for proactive strategies rather than reactive responses. By visualizing potential challenges and determining specific actions to maintain focus, the mind is equipped to act decisively and resist impulses. Preparation transforms uncertainty into control, reducing the influence of external or internal temptations on behavior. Accountability supports resistance to temptation. Share goals and intentions with trusted individuals who can provide guidance, encouragement, and reinforcement. External observation increases commitment and reduces rationalizations that might otherwise justify indulgence. Feedback and support strengthen motivation, maintain focus, and ensure that discipline is sustained even in the presence of recurring temptations. Develop mindfulness to recognize impulses as they occur. Observing thoughts, emotions, and urges without immediately reacting creates space for intentional choice. Mindfulness enhances self-awareness, reduces automatic responses, and allows the conscious mind to guide behavior toward long-term objectives. Practicing mindfulness consistently strengthens the ability to act in alignment with values, priorities, and goals, rather than succumbing to immediate desires. Track progress and reflect on successes in resisting temptation. Regularly reviewing instances where self-control was exercised reinforces positive behavior and highlights patterns that facilitate restraint. Reflection provides insights into effective strategies, builds confidence, and motivates continued effort. Observing progress ensures that discipline becomes habitual and self-reinforcing, gradually reducing reliance on external controls or constant vigilance. Leverage gradual exposure to temptation strategically. Controlled, intentional engagement with minor challenges can strengthen mental endurance and improve resistance over time. By practicing restraint in manageable doses, the mind becomes accustomed to controlling impulses without feeling overwhelmed. Gradual exposure allows for skill development in real-world scenarios, enhancing confidence and capacity to maintain discipline in more difficult situations. Use positive reinforcement to maintain focus on long-term goals, rewarding consistent effort. Adherence to boundaries and successful restraint reinforces desired behavior and strengthens motivation. Reinforcement should align with objectives and promote further progress rather than undermine discipline. Strategic rewards build momentum, provide encouragement, and support the habit of prioritizing meaningful actions over immediate gratification. Identify emotional triggers that lead to indulgence and develop coping strategies. Stress, frustration, or fatigue often intensify susceptibility to temptation. Implement tools such as deep breathing, physical activity, or focused problem solving to manage emotions constructively. Addressing emotional triggers directly prevents them from undermining self-discipline and supports a consistent, deliberate approach to behavior. Eliminate multitasking when facing temptation. Divided attention increases vulnerability to impulses and reduces effectiveness in maintaining focus. Concentrating on one task at a time allows for full engagement, reduces cognitive strain, and strengthens mental control. Focused effort ensures that energy is directed toward priorities rather than dissipated by competing distractions, reinforcing discipline and consistency. Practice gratitude and reflection to reinforce priorities. Recognizing the value of long-term goals, achievements, and personal growth strengthens resolve and reduces the appeal of temporary indulgences. Gratitude provides perspective, reinforces purpose, and enhances motivation to act in alignment with objectives. Reflection fosters awareness of the consequences of succumbing to temptation, increasing the likelihood of restraint. Build supportive routines that minimize opportunities for temptation. Consistency in daily practices reduces reliance on willpower, creates structure, and strengthens habitual focus. Predictable patterns limit exposure to distractions and allow discipline to operate efficiently. Well-designed routines make resistance to temptation an automatic aspect of behavior rather than a constant battle of conscious effort. Adopt strategic decision-making to avoid impulsive choices. Evaluate options carefully, consider long-term consequences, and act with purpose rather than impulse. Structured decision-making reduces the likelihood of engaging in behaviors that undermine discipline and reinforces intentionality. Thoughtful evaluation strengthens self-control, increases consistency, and aligns daily actions with meaningful goals. Limiting temptations is not a one-time effort, but a continuous process of awareness, adaptation, and deliberate action. By creating supportive environments, practicing restraint, managing emotional triggers, and reinforcing positive behavior, discipline becomes stronger, more reliable, and self-sustaining. Every choice to resist distraction, delay gratification, or maintain focus reinforces mental strength and builds a foundation for long-term success. Over time, limiting temptations allows individuals to invest energy, attention, and effort into actions that matter, creating momentum toward meaningful achievement and cultivating a life characterized by intentionality, resilience, and self-mastery. Chapter 13. Strengthen willpower through repetition. Strengthening willpower through repetition is one of the most effective ways to develop lasting self-discipline and achieve meaningful goals. Willpower is not an innate trait that people either possess or lack. It is a skill that can be trained and reinforced through consistent practice. Each deliberate act of self-control builds mental strength, reinforces habits, and conditions the mind to resist impulses more naturally over time. Repetition transforms small, seemingly ordinary actions into powerful tools for mastery, creating a foundation for consistent achievement and resilience. The process is gradual, requiring patience, persistence, and conscious commitment, but the long-term benefits are profound and measurable. The first step is to identify specific behaviors or habits that require reinforcement. Pinpoint actions that align with your goals and values, and where self-discipline is essential. Focusing on a defined set of tasks allows willpower to be applied systematically and prevents the mind from becoming scattered or overwhelmed. Clear identification of priorities ensures that repetition is purposeful and contributes directly to personal growth and meaningful progress. Create a structured routine for practicing these behaviors consistently. Repetition requires regularity, and embedding desired actions into daily life ensures that effort is continual rather than sporadic. Routines provide the framework for consistent application, reducing the cognitive load of decision-making and allowing willpower to be exercised steadily over time. Discipline grows naturally when actions become habitual and integrated into established patterns of behavior. Start with manageable challenges to build confidence and capability. Willpower strengthens through repeated success, so initial tasks should be achievable without excessive strain. Small victories reinforce self-belief, demonstrating that consistent effort produces results. Gradually increase the difficulty or complexity of tasks to expand mental endurance, resilience, and the ability to maintain control under greater pressure. Incremental growth, through repetition, develops both skill and confidence. Focus attention fully on each repetition to maximize impact. Repetition is not effective if it is performed passively or without conscious effort. Engaging the mind completely ensures that each act of self-control reinforces neural pathways associated with willpower, decision-making, and focus. Deliberate practice strengthens the connection between intention and action, making future applications of willpower more instinctive and reliable. Monitor progress consistently to reinforce the effects of repetition. Tracking accomplishments and challenges provides feedback, allows adjustments, and motivates continued effort. Observing incremental improvement demonstrates the cumulative impact of repeated actions and sustains commitment. Accountability to oneself or a supportive partner can further enhance focus and reinforce the habit of exercising willpower consistently. Pair repetition with intentional reflection to deepen learning. After completing each cycle of action, evaluate what worked, what required extra effort, and how outcomes align with goals. Reflection ensures that repetition is not mechanical but insightful, strengthening understanding and reinforcing the link between disciplined behavior and results. Over time, reflection enhances judgment, problem-solving, and the ability to maintain control in varied situations. Incorporate positive reinforcement to support repeated efforts. Recognize and celebrate consistency, even in small actions, to strengthen motivation and reinforce willpower. Rewards do not need to be extravagant. Acknowledgement of effort, personal satisfaction, and a sense of progress can serve as powerful reinforcements. Positive feedback amplifies the psychological impact of repetition and encourages sustained engagement with challenging tasks. Use visualization alongside repeated practice to enhance willpower. Mentally rehearsing success in maintaining control reinforces determination and prepares the mind for execution. Visualization strengthens commitment, clarifies objectives, and reduces hesitation when performing the actual behavior. Combining mental rehearsal with repeated physical or behavioral action creates a synergy that accelerates growth and fortifies self-discipline. Anticipate obstacles and plan repeated strategies to address them. Consistent application of willpower is most effective when challenges are foreseen and deliberate responses are prepared. Developing routines for handling temptations, distractions, or emotional triggers ensures that repetition strengthens both resilience and control. Each successful management of obstacles reinforces mental toughness and makes future challenges easier to overcome. Integrate repetition into multiple areas of life to create comprehensive strength. Willpower is reinforced not only through task-specific actions, but also by practicing self-control in various domains such as diet, exercise, time management, and interpersonal interactions. Consistent effort across different areas enhances overall mental endurance, promotes balanced discipline, and strengthens the capacity to maintain focus under diverse conditions. Practice resisting immediate impulses through repeated small actions. Each choice to delay gratification, control emotion, or prioritize long-term benefit over short-term desire strengthens the mind's ability to act intentionally. Repeated resistance reinforces habits, reduces susceptibility to distraction, and cultivates patience, perseverance, and strategic decision-making. Small, consistent acts compound over time to create profound improvements in self-mastery. Leverage accountability as part of the repetition process. Sharing intentions and progress with a trusted partner or mentor reinforces the practice of repeated effort. External observation encourages consistency, provides feedback, and heightens commitment. Accountability transforms repetition from a solitary exercise into a structured, socially reinforced practice that amplifies willpower development. Vary contexts for repeated practice to strengthen adaptability, performing self-controlled actions in different environments, circumstances, or stress levels ensures that willpower is robust and transferable. Repetition in diverse situations prepares the mind to maintain focus and discipline, regardless of external pressures, distractions, or unexpected challenges. Flexibility in practice enhances the durability and reliability of self-control. Use incremental goal setting to maintain engagement during repetition. Dividing larger objectives into smaller, actionable steps allows willpower to be exercised systematically and consistently. Each completed step reinforces progress, provides tangible evidence of capability, and maintains motivation. Repeated achievement of incremental goals creates momentum that supports long-term discipline and goal attainment. Incorporate deliberate pauses and recovery periods to prevent burnout. Continuous repetition without rest can deplete mental energy and reduce effectiveness. Scheduling breaks, reflecting on progress, and restoring focus ensures that repeated practice remains productive and sustainable. Managing energy strategically supports consistent application of willpower and preserves the quality of disciplined effort over time. Develop rituals around repeated actions to enhance consistency. Rituals provide structure, predictability, and automatic reinforcement, making repetition easier to sustain. Rituals can include specific sequences of behavior, dedicated time slots, or environmental cues that signal the need for disciplined action. By embedding repetition into meaningful routines, willpower becomes habitual and less dependent on conscious effort. Track failure and recovery during repetition to strengthen resilience. Occasional lapses are inevitable, but responding deliberately, learning from mistakes, and resuming practice builds mental toughness. Repeated recovery reinforces the understanding that self-control is a skill strengthened by persistence rather than perfection. This approach nurtures both discipline and confidence, ensuring that setbacks do not derail progress. Use self-talk to support repeated efforts. Consistent internal reinforcement through encouraging and directive statements strengthens commitment and maintains focus during challenging tasks. Positive, structured self-talk reinforces mental pathways associated with determination, perseverance, and strategic action. This verbal reinforcement complements physical repetition and enhances overall effectiveness in building willpower. Integrating repetition into daily life transforms isolated efforts into enduring habits. Each deliberate, conscious, and consistent act strengthens neural pathways, reinforces self-control, and conditions the mind for sustained discipline. Over time, repeated practice cultivates resilience, sharpens focus, and builds the ability to resist impulses, delay gratification, and act in alignment with long-term goals. Strengthening willpower through repetition is a process of incremental growth, conscious engagement, and deliberate action that compounds into lasting personal mastery, creating a foundation for success, self-mastery, and meaningful achievement across all areas of life. Chapter 14. Focus on one task at a time. Focusing on one task at a time is a fundamental practice for achieving efficiency, clarity, and lasting results in any area of life. Multitasking is often glorified, but constantly dividing attention reduces effectiveness, increases errors, and drains mental energy. Concentrating fully on a single activity allows the mind to work at maximum capacity, improves quality of work, and reinforces self-discipline. The ability to commit attention to one task is not only a skill, but a habit that can be cultivated through deliberate practice, structured routines, and conscious awareness of how attention is allocated. Developing this skill creates a sense of control, increases productivity, and reduces stress caused by scattered focus. The first step in mastering focus is recognizing the tendency to fragment attention. Most people attempt to handle multiple tasks simultaneously because of habit, urgency, or perceived efficiency. Observing moments when attention is split helps identify patterns of distraction and situations that undermine concentration. Awareness of these tendencies is essential to reclaiming control over mental resources and intentionally directing effort toward meaningful activities. Begin each work session by defining a single priority. Identify the most important task that will produce the greatest impact and commit to completing it before addressing anything else. This prioritization ensures that energy is applied where it matters most, reduces the mental load of switching tasks, and strengthens the habit of deliberate focus. Clear intention at the outset creates a mental framework that guides attention and prevents drift. Create an environment conducive to concentrated effort. Remove external distractions such as phones, notifications, and unnecessary interruptions. Organize the workspace so that everything needed to complete the task is readily available. A structured, distraction-free environment allows the mind to dedicate full resources to the activity at hand, reducing cognitive strain and improving both speed and accuracy. Use time blocks to reinforce single tasking. Allocate specific periods during which the task is the sole focus and set boundaries for engagement. Structured time blocks provide both a psychological and practical framework for concentrating attention. They encourage immersion in the activity, reduce temptation to switch tasks, and enhance the depth and quality of output. Practice deliberate attention by fully engaging with the task. Observe details, monitor progress, and immerse yourself in the process rather than simply going through motions. Active engagement strengthens the mind's capacity to sustain focus, improves problem solving, and cultivates a sense of presence that enhances performance. Deliberate attention transforms routine work into meaningful effort that builds skill and reinforces discipline. Limit multitasking temptations by managing incoming requests. Turn off non-essential notifications, schedule communication windows, and set clear expectations with colleagues, family, or others about availability. Protecting attention from interruptions preserves mental energy, reinforces single-task focus, and ensures that priority tasks receive the full benefit of concentration. Use incremental focus exercises to train the mind. Start with short periods of dedicated attention and gradually extend them over time. Each session reinforces the habit of sustained concentration and conditions the mind to resist distraction. Incremental training builds endurance, mental clarity, and the ability to maintain high performance even during extended periods of work. Break tasks into manageable components to maintain engagement. Large or complex tasks can overwhelm the mind and tempt it to shift focus. Dividing work into smaller, achievable steps allows concentration to remain steady, provides clear markers of progress, and reinforces the satisfaction of completing each segment. Structured progression strengthens both focus and confidence in handling significant challenges. Practice mindfulness to enhance awareness of attention, observing thoughts, urges, and impulses without immediately acting on them. Cultivates control over where mental energy is directed. Mindfulness helps detect moments when attention begins to wander and provides the opportunity to redirect focus consciously. Regular mindfulness practice strengthens the neural pathways that support sustained attention and reinforces the habit of single tasking. Establish rituals around focused work. To reinforce the habit, starting tasks with consistent preparatory steps signals the mind that it is time for concentrated effort. Rituals might include clearing the workspace, setting a timer, or reviewing goals. These actions create a psychological cue that primes attention, reduces resistance, and enhances the ability to remain fully engaged with one activity at a time. Track progress during single-task sessions to maintain motivation. Monitoring completion, milestones, and outcomes provides tangible evidence of effort and success. Visualizing advancement reinforces the connection between focused attention and meaningful results, creating a feedback loop that encourages continued dedication to one task at a time. Tracking progress transforms abstract effort into measurable achievement. Integrate strategic breaks to sustain attention over longer periods. Mental fatigue can undermine focus, so regular intervals of rest allow the mind to recharge and maintain peak performance. Breaks should be purposeful and structured to avoid distractions that might derail concentration. Effective rest periods ensure that the mind returns to tasks with renewed energy, maintaining the quality of sustained focus. Develop resilience against internal distractions by strengthening mental discipline. Thoughts, worries, and unrelated impulses naturally arise, but consciously redirecting attention reinforces self-control. Each successful refocusing exercise strengthens the capacity to remain engaged, enhances cognitive endurance, and trains the mind to prioritize what matters most. Resilience in maintaining attention is a cornerstone of consistent productivity. Use goal-oriented motivation to anchor focus. Remind yourself of the reason behind the task, the desired outcome, and the impact of completion. Linking actions to meaningful objectives increases commitment, reduces susceptibility to distraction, and sustains energy for concentrated effort. Motivation provides clarity that directs attention fully toward the chosen task, rather than fragmenting it across unrelated activities. Eliminate low-value activities to free mental bandwidths. Regularly review commitments and identify actions that do not contribute significantly to goals. Reducing unnecessary tasks prevents attention from being divided, preserves energy, and strengthens the ability to dedicate focus to high-priority work. Intentional elimination of trivial activities enhances the effectiveness of single tasking. Pair focused work with reflection to refine efficiency. After completing a task, Assess what strategies supported concentration, what disrupted it, and how future sessions can be optimized. Reflection enhances learning, improves subsequent performance, and strengthens the habit of committing fully to one task at a time. Continuous assessment ensures that focus grows stronger and more consistent over time. Practice patience during challenging tasks. Maintaining attention when work is difficult or uncomfortable builds endurance and reinforces mental control. Avoiding the urge to switch tasks prematurely strengthens self-discipline and demonstrates that sustained focus produces tangible results. Patience under pressure cultivates resilience and the ability to tackle complex challenges with confidence. Use environmental cues to signal focus. Visual or auditory markers can remind the mind to stay engaged and signal the start or end of single-task sessions. Consistent cues reduce reliance on conscious effort alone, automate the habit of attention, and provide structure that supports sustained concentration. Reinforcing environmental signals ensures that focus becomes habitual rather than sporadic. Commit to long-term consistency in practicing single-task focus. Mastery is not achieved in isolated sessions, but through repeated, deliberate effort over time. Building the habit of concentrating fully on one task develops mental clarity, improves decision-making, and creates momentum that extends to all areas of life. Persistent focus strengthens discipline, enhances productivity, and fosters the ability to achieve meaningful outcomes consistently. Focusing on one task at a time transforms work from scattered effort into intentional, high-quality action. Each moment of dedicated attention reinforces self-discipline, builds cognitive endurance, and creates measurable progress toward goals. Over time, the consistent application of full focus produces mastery in tasks, strengthens mental resilience, and fosters a sense of control and accomplishment. By committing to single-task engagement, the mind becomes more capable, efficient, and empowered, ensuring that every effort contributes directly to meaningful achievement and long-term personal growth. Chapter 15. Break goals into daily steps. Breaking goals into daily steps is one of the most effective ways to create consistent progress and avoid feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of long-term objectives. Large goals can often feel distant or intimidating, making it easy to procrastinate or lose motivation. By dividing them into smaller, manageable actions, the path forward becomes clear, achievable, and structured. Each daily step represents an opportunity to move forward intentionally, reinforcing the habit of consistent effort and strengthening the mindset necessary for long-term success. Small, deliberate actions compound over time, turning ambitious visions into reality through steady commitment and persistence. The first step in breaking goals into daily actions is to define the overarching objective clearly. A goal must be specific, measurable, and time-bound so that it can be translated into concrete steps. Without clarity, breaking it down is impossible, and daily actions may lack purpose or alignment with the desired outcome. Knowing exactly what success looks like ensures that each incremental step contributes meaningfully to the larger goal. Once the goal is clearly defined, map out the steps necessary to achieve it. Identify every action that must occur, no matter how small, and determine a logical sequence for execution. Breaking the process into logical, sequential tasks reduces mental clutter, provides clarity, and prevents stagnation caused by uncertainty about what to do next. A detailed plan transforms a large abstract objective into a series of achievable daily actions. Prioritize these steps based on urgency and impact. Not every action carries equal weight, so focusing on high-impact tasks ensures that daily effort produces meaningful progress. Completing essential actions first builds momentum, strengthens motivation, and creates measurable results that reinforce commitment. Prioritization ensures that energy is invested where it matters most, rather than diffused across less important tasks. Establish a consistent daily routine that incorporates these steps. Integrating goal-related tasks into a structured schedule encourages habit formation and reduces the reliance on willpower alone. Consistent repetition makes daily actions automatic over time, which ensures steady progress and reduces mental resistance. A predictable routine transforms intentions into reliable, disciplined behavior. Set realistic expectations for what can be accomplished each day. Overloading daily goals can lead to frustration and burnout, while underestimating effort can slow progress. Assess available time, energy, and resources to determine what is achievable, adjusting as necessary without compromising consistency. Balancing ambition with practicality ensures that daily actions remain sustainable and effective. Track daily progress to maintain accountability and motivation. Recording completed actions, reflecting on achievements, and noting challenges provides feedback that strengthens focus and reinforces commitment. Tracking progress transforms abstract goals into tangible accomplishments, giving a sense of direction and accomplishment that fuels continued effort. Monitoring results ensures that each daily step is meaningful and aligned with the larger objective. Incorporate flexibility without losing consistency. Life is unpredictable, and obstacles may arise that prevent the completion of planned tasks. Adapt plans to accommodate unforeseen circumstances while maintaining the habit of daily effort. Flexibility allows for sustained momentum, ensuring that minor disruptions do not derail long-term progress or compromise discipline. Use incremental milestones to create measurable benchmarks. Each cluster of daily actions can represent a mini-goal, offering opportunities to celebrate progress and maintain engagement. Achieving these milestones provides motivation, reinforces positive behavior, and demonstrates that consistent effort produces tangible results. Milestones transform the journey into a series of manageable, rewarding steps rather than a distant, intangible outcome. Leverage time management techniques to structure daily steps effectively. Allocate specific periods for each action, minimize distractions, and maintain focus during dedicated time blocks. Effective time management ensures that tasks are completed efficiently, mental energy is preserved, and each daily step contributes fully to the overarching goal. Structured time enhances productivity and reinforces disciplined behavior. Break tasks further into micro-actions, if necessary. Large steps can still feel overwhelming, so dividing them into even smaller, actionable units allows for consistent completion and progress. Micro-actions reduce resistance, increase engagement, and create a sense of accomplishment that reinforces the habit of steady effort. Each micro-action serves as a building block toward larger success. Pair each daily step with a clear outcome or result. Knowing what constitutes completion ensures that actions are focused and intentional rather than vague or incomplete. Clear outcomes provide a sense of achievement, increase motivation, and allow for accurate assessment of progress. Defining results for each action ensures that effort produces tangible value. Review and adjust daily steps regularly to optimize progress. Some actions may prove more effective than others, and refining the plan ensures continued efficiency and alignment with the overarching goal. Regular assessment identifies what works, what needs modification, and what can be eliminated, ensuring that daily effort remains purposeful and productive. Continuous refinement strengthens both execution and discipline. Incorporate accountability measures for daily actions. Share progress with a mentor, coach, or supportive peer who can provide guidance and reinforcement. External accountability enhances motivation, reduces procrastination, and strengthens commitment to completing daily steps consistently. Knowing that someone else is aware of progress increases the likelihood of disciplined follow-through. Use visualization to reinforce the connection between daily steps and long-term goals. Mentally linking each small action to its contribution to the larger objective enhances focus, motivation, and commitment. Visualization creates a sense of purpose for every daily task, ensuring that repetitive actions are meaningful and aligned with the ultimate goal. This mental association strengthens resolve and encourages consistency. Practice consistency over intensity. Completing small daily steps reliably produces greater results over time than sporadic bursts of intense effort. Discipline grows when effort becomes habitual, and small repeated actions compound into significant achievements. Prioritizing consistent progress ensures that momentum is maintained and long-term goals remain within reach. Address challenges proactively by anticipating obstacles in daily tasks. Identify potential difficulties, distractions, or emotional triggers that may hinder completion and develop strategies to overcome them. Proactive planning reduces resistance, prevents lapses, and strengthens resilience. Preparing for challenges ensures that daily steps remain uninterrupted and effective. Celebrate small achievements to maintain morale and reinforce habits. Acknowledging completion of daily steps creates positive reinforcement, strengthens motivation, and encourages continued effort. Celebrating progress emphasizes the value of each action and sustains momentum, making disciplined daily effort both rewarding and sustainable. Integrate reflection at the end of each day to enhance learning and focus. Reviewing completed steps, noting challenges, and planning for the next day provides clarity and reinforces purpose. Reflection transforms routine actions into intentional practice, allowing for continuous improvement and increased efficiency in pursuing goals. Daily assessment strengthens discipline and sharpens execution. Maintain a balance between goal-related tasks and necessary rest or leisure. Recovery is essential to sustain energy, prevent burnout, and preserve motivation. Scheduling breaks alongside daily steps ensures that effort remains productive, focused, and sustainable over the long term. Balanced effort supports both performance and mental well-being. Breaking goals into daily steps ensures that progress is continuous, measurable, and intentional. Each action, no matter how small, contributes to a larger purpose, reinforces self-discipline, and strengthens the mindset necessary for long-term achievement. By focusing on what can be accomplished each day, momentum is built, confidence is strengthened, and goals that once seemed distant and overwhelming become attainable through consistent, deliberate, and structured effort. This method transforms ambition into reality, creating a life defined by progress, purpose, and meaningful accomplishment. Chapter 16. Build resilience by facing discomfort. Building resilience by facing discomfort is essential for developing strength, mental toughness, and the ability to thrive under pressure. Life rarely follows a smooth path, and avoiding challenges only delays growth and limits potential. Discomfort, whether physical, emotional, or mental, is not a signal to retreat, but an opportunity to expand capacity, develop coping mechanisms, and reinforce discipline. Resilience is cultivated through intentional exposure to challenges and persistent effort to navigate them with focus, patience, and strategy. Each encounter with difficulty, when approached deliberately, strengthens the mind, builds confidence, and fosters the ability to endure and overcome future obstacles. The first step in building resilience is to recognize the areas of life where discomfort arises. These are often moments where fear, uncertainty, or effort is required. Identifying these situations allows deliberate preparation and mental framing, ensuring that each challenge becomes an opportunity for growth rather than a source of avoidance. Awareness of discomfort triggers is essential for consciously choosing to face rather than evade difficulties. Develop the mindset that discomfort is a natural part of progress. Many people associate discomfort with failure or danger, but in reality it signals a boundary where growth occurs. Reframing discomfort as a necessary condition for improvement encourages courage and persistence. This shift in perception transforms obstacles from threats into challenges that can be managed and mastered over time. Start with small, controlled exposures to discomfort. Incremental challenges allow the mind and body to adapt without being overwhelmed. This could involve physical effort, mental focus, or engaging in difficult conversations. Each small step reinforces confidence and demonstrates that enduring discomfort is possible and rewarding. Gradual exposure strengthens tolerance, making larger challenges more approachable and less intimidating. Practice intentional persistence when facing difficulties. Resilience is not about avoiding discomfort, but engaging with it deliberately and continuing despite resistance. Persisting through challenging moments builds mental endurance, enhances problem solving, and reinforces the habit of sustained effort. Every instance of persistence strengthens confidence in one's ability to overcome adversity. Use reflection to extract lessons from discomfort. After navigating a challenging situation, analyze what strategies were effective, what emotions arose, and how responses could be improved. Reflection deepens understanding, enhances coping mechanisms, and transforms each experience into actionable insight. Learning from discomfort ensures that resilience grows progressively rather than remaining static. Develop strategies to manage stress and maintain focus during discomfort. Breathing exercises, mental rehearsal, and structured problem-solving can mitigate the immediate impact of stress, allowing clearer thinking and more effective action. Developing tools to manage discomfort reduces impulsive reactions, preserves energy, and supports consistent engagement with challenging situations. Embrace accountability as a reinforcement for facing challenges. Sharing intentions or progress with a mentor, peer, or supportive group encourages follow-through when discomfort tempts avoidance. External reinforcement increases commitment, provides perspective, and strengthens the practice of confronting difficulties systematically. Accountability ensures that growth is sustained even when challenges feel particularly difficult. Focus on building emotional endurance by sitting with uncomfortable feelings. Avoidance of fear, frustration, or uncertainty diminishes resilience. Practicing awareness and acceptance of emotions during challenging moments strengthens emotional control and teaches the mind to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Developing emotional endurance improves composure, decision-making, and overall mental toughness. Set measurable goals for exposure to discomfort. Define what specific challenges will be undertaken, the expected outcomes, and the methods for handling resistance. Structured goals provide direction, encourage commitment, and allow assessment of progress in building resilience. Clear targets transform abstract concepts of mental toughness into actionable and trackable steps. Use repetition to reinforce the habit of facing discomfort. Each time a challenging situation is approached deliberately, the mind strengthens its capacity to cope. Repeated exposure reduces fear, enhances confidence, and ingrains the principle that endurance leads to improvement. Consistent practice ensures that resilience is not dependent on luck or sporadic effort, but becomes a reliable personal skill. Adopt a problem-solving orientation in the face of difficulty. Viewing discomfort as an opportunity to identify solutions rather than a reason to retreat enhances agency and effectiveness. Proactive problem-solving reinforces the sense of control, reduces feelings of helplessness, and strengthens confidence in handling adversity. Each solution-focused action builds competence and resilience simultaneously. Cultivate physical resilience alongside mental endurance. Engaging in challenging physical activity, maintaining health, and practicing stamina-building exercises strengthen the body's ability to support sustained effort. Physical endurance and mental toughness reinforce each other, creating a holistic capacity to face and overcome discomfort. A strong body enables a strong mind to act decisively during stressful situations. Balance risk-taking with preparation to maximize learning from discomfort. Consciously stepping beyond comfort zones while having a plan for managing potential consequences ensures that exposure is safe, constructive, and growth-oriented. Prepared risk-taking strengthens confidence, reinforces problem-solving skills, and trains the mind to handle uncertainty effectively. Each calculated risk reinforces resilience while minimizing unnecessary harm. Practice gratitude and perspective during difficult situations. Recognizing progress, resources, and lessons, even in discomfort, enhances mental stability and prevents discouragement. Perspective allows individuals to interpret challenges as temporary and solvable rather than permanent threats, maintaining motivation and focus. Gratitude reinforces a positive outlook that supports endurance under stress. Integrate mindfulness to observe discomfort without judgment. Paying attention to the present moment reduces anxiety about outcomes and strengthens control over responses. Mindful observation allows the mind to act strategically rather than react emotionally, reinforcing resilience and mental clarity during challenges. Practicing mindfulness during discomfort builds the capacity to remain calm and effective under pressure. Develop a support system to navigate particularly challenging discomfort. Trusted individuals can provide guidance, encouragement, and feedback that reinforce commitment and perspective. Social support enhances confidence, reduces isolation, and strengthens the ability to face difficult situations consistently. Knowing help is available reinforces courage and reduces the mental burden of adversity. Learn to interpret failure as a learning tool. Discomfort often arises from challenging endeavors that carry a risk of mistakes. Treating errors as opportunities to gain insight rather than reasons to retreat builds resilience, strengthens problem-solving, and enhances confidence in facing future challenges. Each lesson from failure reinforces the capacity to endure and adapt. Celebrate progress and perseverance when discomfort is confronted successfully. Acknowledging effort and growth reinforces the value of stepping beyond comfort zones. Recognition of endurance, no matter how incremental, strengthens motivation and creates positive reinforcement for continued engagement with challenging situations. Celebrating progress solidifies the habit of facing discomfort rather than avoiding it. Build resilience incrementally by consistently choosing action over avoidance. Repeatedly confronting difficult situations trains the mind to tolerate uncertainty, navigate stress, and respond effectively to challenges. Over time, resilience becomes a natural, reliable skill rather than a temporary reaction. Incremental practice reinforces mental toughness, strengthens character, and equips individuals to handle adversity in all areas of life. Facing discomfort intentionally cultivates a mindset of strength, adaptability, and confidence. Each encounter with difficulty strengthens mental endurance, sharpens focus, and reinforces the habit of confronting challenges rather than evading them. By embracing discomfort as a necessary and valuable part of growth, resilience becomes a defining characteristic, enabling sustained achievement, personal mastery, and the capacity to thrive under pressure across every area of life. Chapter 17. Review actions to find growth. Reviewing actions to find growth is a critical habit for anyone committed to personal development and long-term success. Growth does not occur automatically through effort alone. It emerges when actions are evaluated, lessons are extracted, and improvements are implemented consistently. Every action we take carries information about strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Without reflection, achievement remain isolated events and failures repeat unnecessarily. Regular review allows patterns to emerge, clarifies what strategies work, and identifies behaviors that hinder progress. By examining actions deliberately, insight is gained, mistakes are converted into learning, and intentional improvement becomes a daily practice rather than an occasional effort. Begin by setting aside dedicated time to reflect on completed actions. This is not casual thinking, but a structured examination of behavior, decisions, and results. Allocate a specific period daily or weekly to analyze what was accomplished, how it was achieved, and where adjustments can be made. Consistent review ensures that reflection becomes a habit and not a sporadic activity that lacks continuity or focus. Assess outcomes objectively. Separate emotions and personal attachment from the evaluation process to see clearly which actions were effective and which were not. Objective assessment provides clarity, avoids distorted self-perception, and allows realistic planning for improvement. Identifying successes and shortcomings without bias strengthens decision-making and sharpens the ability to act strategically. Break actions down into their components to understand their impact fully. Consider what steps led to positive results, what resources were used, and which behaviors supported progress. Similarly, analyze any missteps or delays to understand root causes. Decomposing actions in this way reveals patterns, clarifies cause and effect relationships, and highlights opportunities for optimization. Ask critical questions about performance. What specifically contributed to success? What choices limited effectiveness? How could the approach have been altered to achieve better outcomes? These questions guide deep reflection, provoke insight, and encourage accountability. Questioning in a structured and honest manner ensures that lessons are actionable rather than abstract observations. Keep a record of reflections and observations. Writing down insights transforms fleeting thoughts into concrete knowledge that can be revisited, tracked, and compared over time. Documentation provides a roadmap of growth, helps identify recurring themes, and ensures that lessons from past actions are not forgotten. A tangible record reinforces learning and supports continuous development. Use both successes and failures as sources of growth. Success demonstrates effective strategies, strengths, and areas to replicate. Failures highlight weaknesses, reveal gaps in skill, and provide opportunities to adapt. Viewing all outcomes as data rather than judgment fosters a mindset of learning, removes fear of mistakes, and encourages experimentation with new approaches. Compare actions against objectives and priorities. Regular review ensures that daily efforts align with long-term goals and values. Misalignment can reveal wasted effort or incorrect assumptions. Evaluating whether actions contribute meaningfully to objectives prevents stagnation and refines focus. Continuous alignment ensures that every effort is purposeful and growth-oriented. Incorporate feedback from others to expand perspective. External input provides insights that personal reflection alone may miss. Constructive criticism highlights blind spots, challenges assumptions, and introduces alternative approaches. Seeking feedback demonstrates humility, increases awareness, and strengthens the ability to adjust actions for better results. Identify recurring patterns in behavior. Consistent evaluation reveals habits, tendencies, and decision-making styles that either support or hinder growth. Recognizing patterns enables deliberate reinforcement of positive behaviors and modification of unproductive ones. Awareness of patterns transforms repeated experience into deliberate learning. Adjust strategies based on analysis. Reflection without action is incomplete. Implement changes derived from insights gained to improve future performance. Testing new methods, refining processes, and modifying behavior ensures that review leads directly to tangible improvement rather than remaining theoretical. Adaptation is the bridge between reflection and growth. Prioritize areas for development. Not all weaknesses carry the same impact on results. Focus on improving behaviors and skills that produce the most significant effect on progress and outcomes. Prioritization ensures that time and energy are invested wisely and that improvement accelerates in meaningful areas. Track progress over time. Evaluating actions consistently allows comparison of current performance with past results. Growth is measurable when trends are visible and achievements can be quantified. Tracking provides motivation, reinforces accountability, and ensures that reflection leads to continuous forward movement rather than sporadic effort. Celebrate actionable insights and implemented changes. Recognizing when review leads to effective improvement reinforces the habit of reflection. Celebrating progress maintains engagement, encourages consistency, and strengthens belief in the value of deliberate analysis. Recognition of actionable growth supports ongoing commitment to self-improvement. Avoid dwelling on past mistakes without extracting lessons. Reflection must be constructive, focused on understanding and improvement, rather than regret or self-criticism. Constructive reflection cultivates resilience, maintains motivation, and converts experience into strategic knowledge. Learning from errors transforms challenges into stepping stones rather than obstacles. Integrate reflection into daily routines. Daily mini-reviews of completed actions reinforce habits, maintain awareness of progress, and prevent accumulation of unnoticed errors. Frequent assessment ensures that insights are current, actionable, and continuously applied to enhance performance. Regular reflection keeps growth in constant motion. Focus on both efficiency and effectiveness in actions. Reviewing not only what was achieved, but also how it was achieved, ensures that methods are optimized, resources are used wisely, and energy is invested in high-impact activities. Evaluating the process alongside outcomes ensures comprehensive growth and skill development. Set measurable indicators for improvement. Define clear criteria to evaluate the quality and impact of actions. Metrics provide clarity, objectivity, and tangible evidence of progress. Measurable evaluation reduces ambiguity, reinforces accountability, and makes growth observable and actionable. Cultivate curiosity during review. Approach reflection with an investigative mindset rather than a judgmental one. Curiosity encourages deeper exploration, fosters creative problem-solving, and strengthens adaptability. A curious approach ensures that each review uncovers valuable insights that might otherwise be overlooked. Combine short-term reflections with long-term evaluation. Assess immediate actions and their cumulative effect on overall goals. Short-term evaluation allows rapid adjustment, while long-term review ensures alignment with vision and priorities. Integrating both perspectives guarantees that growth is continuous, balanced, and meaningful. Commit to improvement as a lifelong process. Reviewing actions is not a one-time activity, but a habit that sustains development over time. Consistent practice embeds learning into daily life, reinforces discipline, and fosters a mindset oriented toward progress, adaptability, and self-mastery. Lifelong reflection ensures enduring growth and the ability to navigate increasingly complex challenges. Reviewing actions to find growth transforms experience into deliberate improvement. By examining successes, failures, processes, and outcomes, insight is gained that strengthens decision-making, enhances skill, and increases effectiveness. Reflection converts effort into results, maintains alignment with goals, and builds the mental habits necessary for long-term achievement. Through structured, consistent, and actionable review, growth becomes a reliable, measurable, and continuous part of life, ensuring that every action contributes meaningfully to personal and professional development. Chapter 18. Commit fully without procrastination. Committing fully without procrastination is a transformative practice that separates individuals who achieve their goals from those who remain stagnant. Commitment requires clarity of purpose, decisive action, and the courage to prioritize meaningful work over fleeting distractions. Procrastination often stems from fear, indecision, or perceived difficulty, and it gradually erodes progress, confidence, and potential. True commitment begins with a conscious choice to act immediately and consistently, regardless of discomfort, uncertainty, or external circumstances. By dedicating attention, energy, and focus to actions without delay, momentum builds, habits strengthen, and results become inevitable. The first step in committing fully is to clarify why the goal matters deeply. Understanding the significance of an objective creates intrinsic motivation, a force stronger than temporary hesitation or distraction. Without a compelling reason, action is easily postponed, and determination falters. Recognizing personal stakes, the benefits of completion, and the consequences of delay transforms intention into purposeful action that resists procrastination. Next, eliminate ambiguity about what needs to be done. Clearly defined tasks remove uncertainty, which is a major source of hesitation. Breaking the goal into specific, actionable steps provides a roadmap that makes immediate engagement possible. When every action is clear and structured, hesitation fades and focus becomes natural, allowing for decisive and consistent execution. Adopt a mindset that values action over perfection. Waiting for ideal conditions or flawless planning often leads to indefinite delay. Progress arises from starting, iterating, and learning along the way, rather than postponing until circumstances seem perfect. Accepting that mistakes and adjustments are part of the process encourages courage, reduces fear, and increases willingness to act immediately. Remove distractions and environmental triggers that encourage delay. Identify elements that promote procrastination and intentionally design surroundings to support focus. This may involve minimizing digital interruptions, organizing workspaces, or scheduling dedicated time blocks for concentrated effort. Controlling the environment reinforces commitment and allows energy to flow directly toward action without unnecessary resistance. Set time-bound deadlines for tasks and objectives. Deadlines create a sense of urgency and prevent open-ended postponement. Assigning a specific time frame to each action encourages decisive execution, enhances accountability, and ensures that momentum is maintained. Deadlines provide structure, clarity, and motivation, reducing the opportunity for procrastination to take hold. Develop a routine that prioritizes immediate engagement with tasks. Consistently starting work at a designated time reduces reliance on motivation or willpower alone. Habitual initiation of action strengthens discipline and embeds the principle of commitment into daily life. Structured routines convert intentions into reliable behaviors, reinforcing consistency and reducing procrastination. Use mental reinforcement to strengthen commitment. Remind yourself regularly of the reasons for pursuing the goal, the benefits of completing tasks, and the cost of delay. Positive self-talk, visualization of success, and reflection on progress create a mental environment that supports action and sustains focus, even when motivation wanes. Mental reinforcement solidifies resolve and encourages decisive behavior. Break tasks into smaller, manageable units to reduce the temptation to delay. Large, complex objectives often feel overwhelming and trigger avoidance. Dividing work into digestible actions makes progress tangible, manageable, and immediately actionable. Smaller steps allow momentum to build naturally, increasing confidence and reinforcing the habit of consistent engagement. Pair commitment with accountability. Share intentions and progress with someone who can provide support, oversight, or constructive feedback. External accountability strengthens the likelihood of acting without delay, reinforces responsibility, and encourages persistence when internal motivation fluctuates. The awareness that others are observing progress reduces excuses and reinforces follow-through. Adopt a strategy of immediate action at the first opportunity. The longer decisions are postponed, the stronger procrastination habits become. Acting without delay reinforces decisiveness, develops a bias toward action, and reduces mental friction associated with starting. Immediate engagement ensures that energy and focus are channeled productively rather than dissipating through hesitation. Monitor progress continuously to reinforce commitment. Regularly evaluating accomplishments and next steps sustains momentum, highlights successes, and identifies areas needing adjustment. Tracking ensures that effort is focused, purposeful, and uninterrupted, reducing the likelihood of procrastination taking root. Visible progress reinforces motivation and strengthens the habit of consistent action. Implement strategies to overcome internal resistance. Recognize common excuses, fears, and distractions, and prepare tactics to counter them. Techniques such as structured scheduling, reward systems, and self-enforced accountability provide practical tools to act despite hesitation. Proactively addressing resistance ensures that commitment translates into execution rather than remaining theoretical. Balance effort and recovery to sustain long-term commitment. Continuous work without adequate rest can lead to burnout, which encourages procrastination. Incorporating breaks, reflection periods, and moments of mental renewal ensures sustained energy, focus, and the capacity to maintain unwavering action over extended periods. Strategic rest reinforces resilience and supports consistent performance. Celebrate milestones to reinforce progress and commitment. Acknowledging achievements, no matter how small, creates positive reinforcement, strengthens motivation, and builds confidence in the ability to act decisively. Recognition of incremental success encourages ongoing engagement and reinforces the value of persistent effort. Celebrating progress maintains enthusiasm and embeds commitment into habit. Develop self-discipline to strengthen the ability to act without external prompts. Training willpower, maintaining focus, and practicing consistent action builds an internal drive that reduces reliance on motivation alone. Strong self-discipline ensures that commitment becomes a default response rather than a conscious struggle, creating reliable follow-through even in the absence of immediate rewards. Practice reflection to understand the causes of procrastination when it occurs. Analyze moments of delay to identify triggers, thought patterns, or emotional responses that hinder immediate action. Understanding the root of procrastination allows for targeted interventions, habit modification, and improved strategies for sustaining commitment. Reflection converts lapses into learning opportunities rather than sources of discouragement. Visualize the consequences of inaction. Clearly imagining the outcomes of delay, missed opportunities, or stagnant progress strengthens urgency and enhances motivation to act promptly. Connecting actions to tangible consequences encourages discipline, reduces rationalization for postponement, and reinforces the importance of immediate engagement. Maintain consistency over intensity. Daily, steady action builds more reliable results than occasional bursts of extreme effort. Commitment is reinforced when effort becomes habitual, predictable, and sustained. Consistency strengthens confidence, momentum, and the ability to overcome internal resistance to action. Reliable practice embeds decisive behavior into routine, making procrastination less likely to interfere. Adopt a proactive rather than reactive mindset. Anticipate tasks, challenges, and decisions in advance, and act before external pressure or last-minute urgency forces action. Proactivity strengthens control, reduces stress, and embeds decisiveness as a core behavioral pattern. By acting in advance, momentum is preserved, and the habit of commitment without delay becomes ingrained. Commit fully without procrastination by aligning purpose, clarity, focus, and action into a unified approach. By engaging immediately, maintaining structured routines, addressing resistance, and consistently reflecting on progress, the tendency to delay diminishes while momentum, confidence, and results grow. Decisive commitment transforms potential into tangible achievement, ensures that effort produces meaningful outcomes, and establishes the foundation for sustained personal mastery and consistent success. Chapter 19. Repeat positive behaviors consistently. Repeating positive behaviors consistently is the foundation of lasting growth and meaningful transformation. Habits are the building blocks of success, and consistent repetition ensures that actions evolve into reliable patterns that define character, performance, and results. Change does not happen through occasional effort or sporadic discipline. It emerges when deliberate, beneficial actions are performed regularly until they become automatic. Consistency reinforces skill, strengthens mental and emotional conditioning, and creates a stable framework that supports achievement in every area of life. Understanding the power of repetition allows individuals to transform intentions into measurable progress and to cultivate a life guided by purpose, focus, and deliberate action. The first step in creating consistent positive behaviors is to identify which actions produce the most meaningful outcomes. Not all behaviors carry equal impact, and focusing on high-value activities ensures that effort generates tangible improvement. Choose actions that contribute directly to goals, enhance skills, and build resilience. Prioritizing key behaviors simplifies focus, minimizes wasted energy, and creates momentum that compounds over time. Develop a structured routine around these behaviors. Consistency thrives when positive actions are embedded into a daily schedule rather than left to chance. Designating specific times and sequences for performance reduces reliance on motivation and ensures habitual engagement. A well-organized routine transforms beneficial actions into predictable patterns that require less conscious effort and less willpower to maintain. Use small, incremental steps to reinforce repetition. Massive changes can feel overwhelming and often lead to inconsistency. Breaking behaviors into manageable components increases the likelihood of sustained practice, builds confidence, and reinforces mastery. Incremental repetition allows progress to be visible and measurable, strengthening the connection between effort and results. Commit to performing actions, regardless of immediate reward or mood. Waiting for perfect conditions or emotional readiness often leads to inconsistency. True consistency emerges when behaviors are executed systematically, independent of external circumstances or fleeting motivation. This mindset strengthens discipline, develops reliability, and solidifies long-term habits. Track progress to maintain accountability. Monitoring performance ensures that repeated behaviors are measured and their impact is observed. Regular tracking provides feedback, highlights areas for improvement, and reinforces the significance of consistent effort. Seeing tangible progress encourages persistence and strengthens the habit loop that drives behavior repetition. Pair behaviors with triggers or cues to strengthen consistency. Associating positive actions with specific times, places, or preceding activities creates reliable reminders and reduces the likelihood of forgetting or skipping actions. Cues embed behaviors into the natural flow of daily life, supporting the development of automatic, self-sustaining routines that reinforce growth. Focus on quality as well as frequency. Repetition without attention to detail diminishes effectiveness. Performing actions with intentionality, focus, and mindfulness ensures that each repetition reinforces skill, understanding, and competence. High-quality practice maximizes learning, solidifies positive patterns, and enhances the overall impact of repeated behaviors. Reward progress to strengthen reinforcement. Positive reinforcement encourages repetition by associating beneficial actions with satisfaction, accomplishment, or tangible acknowledgement. Celebrating milestones, recognizing improvement, or applying small incentives builds motivation and reinforces the neural pathways that make consistency easier to sustain over time. Rewards anchor the behavior and enhance engagement. Eliminate distractions and competing priorities that interfere with repetition. Inconsistent focus often arises from environmental interruptions, multitasking, or unclear goals. Structuring the environment to support uninterrupted performance and prioritizing behaviors over less critical activities strengthens the likelihood of consistent execution. Focused repetition becomes effortless when the context aligns with intended action. Practice patience and persistence, understanding that mastery develops over time. Immediate results are rare, and repeated effort is often necessary before improvements are evident. Commitment to the long-term process ensures that behaviors continue despite temporary stagnation or setbacks. Patience reinforces resilience, supports sustained effort, and cultivates deep, meaningful growth. Incorporate reflection to refine repeated behaviors. Evaluating performance allows adjustment of techniques, correction of errors, and enhancement of effectiveness. Reflection ensures that repetition produces quality improvement rather than mindless activity. Continuous refinement strengthens skill development, reinforces purpose, and ensures that repeated actions remain aligned with desired outcomes. Avoid negative self-criticism during the process. Inconsistent days or minor lapses do not erase progress. Treat each repetition as a learning opportunity, maintain focus on returning to practice, and resist the temptation to abandon efforts due to occasional imperfection. Positive reinforcement of continued engagement encourages sustainability and prevents discouragement from undermining long-term habits. Build social accountability to reinforce repetition. Sharing intentions, reporting progress, or working alongside others with similar goals increases commitment and reliability. Social support provides encouragement, external reminders, and reinforcement that strengthens the habit of consistent action. The awareness that others are observing progress reduces procrastination and increases adherence to repeated behaviors. Introduce variety strategically to maintain engagement. While repetition is essential, minor adjustments in context, method, or challenge level prevent boredom, maintain mental stimulation, and encourage adaptive skill growth. Variety within a structured framework keeps the practice dynamic while preserving the core principle of consistent execution. Visualize the long-term benefits of repeated behaviors. Seeing the cumulative effect of daily actions enhances motivation, reinforces purpose, and provides clarity on why consistency matters. Visualization strengthens the emotional connection to goals, sustains engagement, and encourages persistence even when immediate results are not apparent. Automate routines wherever possible to reduce friction. Using reminders, systems, or tools to support repeated actions minimizes the mental effort required to initiate behavior. Automation ensures that beneficial practices continue reliably, strengthens habit formation, and frees cognitive energy for other priorities without sacrificing consistency. Integrate reflection on setbacks to improve future repetition. Analyze lapses without judgment. Extract lessons and adjust strategies to prevent recurrence. Treating challenges as learning opportunities enhances resilience and strengthens the habit loop, ensuring that repetition remains effective and meaningful. Learning from minor failures embeds flexibility while preserving consistency. Maintain a mindset of continuous improvement alongside repetition. Repeating actions is not merely about mechanical execution, but about evolving competence, efficiency, and mastery over time. Combining consistency with deliberate effort to enhance quality ensures that repeated behaviors drive growth, skill development, and meaningful results. Recognize the cumulative power of repeated positive behaviors. Even small, incremental actions compound over days, weeks, and months to create profound impact. Understanding this principle reinforces dedication, motivates continued practice, and strengthens belief in the transformative potential of consistency. The steady accumulation of effort becomes the foundation of achievement, resilience, and personal mastery. By committing to repeat positive behaviors consistently, individuals build reliable patterns that drive skill, focus, and success. Structured repetition, mindful engagement, reflection, and strategic reinforcement ensure that effort translates into measurable growth. Habits formed through consistent action create momentum, establish discipline, and empower individuals to achieve goals systematically. Sustained repetition transforms intentions into results, weaknesses into strengths, and daily practice into lasting personal transformation. Chapter 20. Master time management for results. Mastering time management for results is a crucial skill that determines whether effort translates into meaningful achievement or dissipates without impact. Time is the most limited resource available, and managing it effectively ensures that every action contributes toward goals, growth, and personal development. Success does not emerge from working longer hours alone. It comes from working intelligently, prioritizing high-value activities, and aligning time with purpose. Developing mastery over time requires deliberate planning, disciplined execution, and consistent evaluation of how minutes and hours are spent. By controlling time rather than being controlled by it, individuals create space for productivity, clarity, and sustained progress in all areas of life. Begin by clarifying priorities and understanding which activities produce the greatest impact. Not every task contributes equally to desired outcomes, and discerning high-value actions is essential to effective time management. Distinguish between urgent tasks and important tasks, focusing energy on what moves objectives forward rather than reacting to distractions or low-priority demands. Clear priorities guide decision-making, reduce wasted effort, maximize results. Plan each day intentionally. A structured plan provides a roadmap for action, reduces indecision, and ensures that time is allocated purposefully. Assign specific time blocks for critical tasks, breaks, and reflection to maintain balance and focus. Planning in advance allows actions to become deliberate rather than reactive, and prevents time from being consumed by unproductive activities or distractions. Set clear deadlines for every task, even those without external pressure. Deadlines create accountability, maintain urgency, and prevent tasks from stretching indefinitely. Breaking large objectives into smaller time-bound segments ensures that momentum is preserved and progress is continuous. Deadlines transform intentions into measurable commitments that drive consistent effort and achievement. Eliminate or minimize distractions to maximize focused time. Interruptions, social media, and non-essential communication consume energy and fragment attention. Creating a controlled environment, turning off unnecessary notifications, and establishing boundaries with others allows concentration to remain on tasks that matter. Focused time produces higher quality work, faster results, and a sense of accomplishment that reinforces continued discipline. Batch similar tasks together to reduce context switching. Transitioning between unrelated activities wastes energy and reduces efficiency. Grouping similar tasks into dedicated periods streamlines effort, enhances concentration, and speeds execution. Batching ensures that time is used strategically rather than squandered through fragmented attention or scattered priorities. Apply the principle of time blocking to enforce structure. Allocate distinct periods for focused work, creative thinking, administrative tasks, and rest. Treat these blocks as non-negotiable commitments to ensure that critical activities receive dedicated attention. Time blocking transforms scattered schedules into intentional frameworks, empowering individuals to operate at peak efficiency consistently. Prioritize tasks using a system such as the Eisenhower matrix or another method that distinguishes urgency from importance. Identifying what truly drives progress allows attention to be directed toward high-impact activities while minimizing energy spent on low-value tasks. Systematic prioritization ensures that limited time produces maximum results and that effort aligns with long-term goals. Incorporate regular breaks to maintain energy and cognitive performance. Sustained focus without pause leads to diminishing returns, fatigue, and reduced quality of work. Strategic breaks restore clarity, prevent burnout, and sustain the ability to execute tasks efficiently over long periods. Well-timed rest enhances productivity rather than detracting from it, ensuring that every hour of work counts. Track time usage to identify inefficiencies and patterns. Monitoring how time is spent highlights unproductive habits, recurring distractions, or areas that could be streamlined. Awareness of actual time expenditure allows adjustment of schedules, elimination of waste, and better allocation of effort toward meaningful activities. Tracking ensures that management is based on observation rather than assumption. Delegate tasks where possible to optimize time investment. Certain activities, although necessary, may not require direct attention from the individual. Delegation frees capacity for high-value work, leverages the strengths of others, and accelerates overall progress. Efficient delegation requires clear instructions, trust, and accountability to ensure that results meet standards while maximizing personal time. Use the 2-minute rule for small tasks to prevent accumulation. Completing quick tasks immediately prevents minor obligations from piling up and overwhelming the schedule. Handling brief actions promptly creates momentum, maintains a sense of control, and preserves focus for more significant priorities without interruption. Batch decision-making to reduce cognitive load. Making frequent small choices drains energy and can lead to procrastination or poor judgment. Consolidating decisions regarding routine matters allows energy to be reserved for critical, high-impact decisions. Decision batching ensures consistent focus, clarity, and mental stamina throughout the day. Set boundaries to protect time from external intrusions. Learn to say no to commitments that do not align with goals or add significant value. Protecting time reinforces control, reduces stress, and ensures that energy is directed toward purposeful activities. Boundaries preserve consistency in execution and maintain focus on outcomes that matter most. Review and adjust schedules regularly. Time management is not static. It requires reflection on what works, what does not, and what changes will improve efficiency. Regular review ensures continuous improvement, adaptation to evolving priorities, and maintenance of alignment between actions and desired results. Reflection allows the schedule to serve goals rather than becoming a rigid or ineffective structure. Incorporate planning for contingencies to prevent disruption. Anticipate challenges, delays, and unexpected events, and allocate buffer time to absorb these without derailing progress. Proactive preparation ensures that time is protected, tasks are completed, and stress from unforeseen circumstances is minimized. Contingency planning strengthens resilience and maintains momentum. Focus on completing tasks fully rather than partially. Partial effort or unfinished work requires repeated attention and prolongs results. Completing tasks with full attention and commitment produces immediate outcomes, clears mental space, and reinforces a pattern of efficiency. Thorough execution ensures that time invested translates into meaningful results without repetition. Leverage technology strategically to enhance time management. Tools for scheduling, task tracking, reminders, and automation streamline processes, reduce administrative burden, and increase efficiency. Properly implemented technology frees mental bandwidth, organizes priorities, and ensures that time is spent on actions that generate the highest impact. Maintain awareness of energy levels throughout the day. Align demanding or creative work with peak energy periods to maximize effectiveness. Performing appropriate tasks at optimal times increases output, reduces fatigue, and ensures that effort produces the best possible results. Energy management is an essential component of mastering time for sustained achievement. Cultivate the habit of intentional reflection on accomplishments and remaining priorities at the end of each day. Evaluating completed tasks and planning for the next day reinforces clarity, identifies opportunities for improvement, and ensures alignment with goals. Daily reflection embeds discipline, strengthens focus, and maintains momentum by translating experience into actionable planning. Mastering time management for results requires a combination of strategic planning, disciplined execution, and continuous adjustment. Prioritization, focused work, effective scheduling, elimination of distractions, delegation, and reflection form the foundation for productive use of time. When these principles are consistently applied, every action contributes directly to goals, energy is preserved, and outcomes become predictable and measurable. Mastery of time ensures that effort is purposeful, progress is accelerated, and personal and professional objectives are achieved with clarity, efficiency, and reliability.